Welcome to the final presidential race at the Downs. They're at the gate, and they're off. Jumping out in the lead is Joe has dementia, and no, he doesn't, with shocking reality close behind. It's Joe has dementia and shocking reality. And now here comes a disastrous debate. A disastrous debate falls back as Kamala takes the reins. The honeymoon falls off quickly as word salad and cackling hyena move into position. And here comes nasty attitude, followed by no children and drinking heavily. Coming down the back stretch. Drinking heavily, moving ahead of word salad, but coming on the inside is bumbling interviews. It's bumbling interviews followed by I grew up in a middle-class family, nasty attitude, and I love Venn diagrams. A wide open border challenging for second going into the clubhouse turn. Passing on the rail is fake black accent, followed by I grew up in a middle-class family, fake Latin accent, and my husband slaps me. Here they come spinning out of the turn, word salad in the lead, but here comes unburdened by what has been. Biden was stronger and disappointed. Barry are neck and neck, and down the stretch they come. I did the prize is pulling away from I did the Willie Brown by a length, but coming in strong is cut the interview. Cut the interview is passing awkward cringe. And I grew up in a middle-class family, and at the wire, it's nasty attitude. Word salad, a campaign in shambles, and at least I ain't Donald Trump.
Welcome to Journey Through the Gate, your paranormal portal podcast, as we delve into the many questions and wonders brought on by the supernatural experience. What's on the other side of the gate? Let's find out together. It smells like freedom. Hang on a second. Hold on. Tastes like victory. Welcome in, friends. How are you? Looks to me like we might have a country. Long may she wave. If you feel differently, well, I invite you to pull up a chair and sit down and start listening, because you got a lot to hear. Where was your head 4 years ago? We're here. Stop it. Here we go. Got a lot of work to do. Love you. Only goes one way. Red, white, and blue. Freedom for all. Stop the nonsense. I love y'all. It's been a heck of a time. Hope it's grand, and I love y'all. Like I said, there's a lot of people out there still suffering. I would like to please keep Western North Carolina in mind. My friends in Tennessee, it ain't over, folks. I highly recommend, if you're into researching and digging, get in there and look at what's going on. And if there's anything that you can do to make that situation known or make it better in any way, if you have a trade or a thought or an idea or just a voice, we cannot let that one go. Okay? I can't imagine celebrating Thanksgiving and Christmas knowing people got their homes wiped right out from underneath of them. And the people that have stepped up, it's been glorious. The heroes have been absolutely fantastic. The common man and woman and just their hands and their feet and taking off from work and doing and giving of themselves. This is what the core of this country is, right? But we cannot forget. We have a tendency to next thing. And we've had some big things happen this week. I'm sure wherever you are, you've had major things happen this week. You know, some of them good, some of them maybe not. I don't, you know, I've been skipping for days. So there's sense in hiding that. I was a soldier. I believe in this country. I believe in the intestinal fortitude of the American soul and a small group of people that will not give up. I saw a meme today that had almost completely red United States map, and that's fact. And it said, "Can you hear us now?" They heard. So what does that mean? What's next? I'm hearing a lot about disclosure, and it's one thing about these cigarettes. They go out on their own like cigars. That's why you see me like my cigarettes so much. How are y'all doing? It's good to see y'all in here. Get in here. We're going to talk about aliens. Listen, I'm going to tell you straight up. Aliens are not my forte. I am not an expert on alien abductions, alien anything. I had one experience when I was 10 or like 9 or 10, and I'm not even sure what that was. And I don't have a lot of guests on my show that just talk about it, you know, aliens and things like that. Because the thing is when you don't know much about a subject, and you haven't read the book, and you haven't studied the person that you're having on, you really don't know which way they're going to go. And here lately, I mean, it could go anywhere. You know what I mean? And I've been caught on the radio with people, and you know, you're doing an interview and it's not live and it's just audio. It's a little bit easier to kind of move it to, you know, sway it this way or sway it that way and get the heck out of there. But then again, I don't know. When you start getting into all this, you know, quantum physics and all that stuff, it's like, you know, I'm learning. And I want to learn from people I trust. Does that make sense? Because I've got only so much, you know, RAM left for all this information. So I kind of always approached it like, I've never doubted that there was something else out there. Couldn't tell you where they're all coming from. Are they all coming from the same place? Nope, don't think so. I think there's multiple answers out there. But that's kind of where I am. What they're doing, what their agenda is, you know, why they're here, how long have they been here, what are they doing, you know, how do I know? Do you know what I'm saying? You know, I only know what I know. And I can't even tell you that about ghosts. I've been studying that for 50 years. It depends on the individual. So I kind of got to approach it like that. Does that make sense? The thing that gets my goat, talking about goats, greatest of all time, right? Holy mackerel, historic. Absolutely historic. I mean, I could do hours on just that, you know, but I'm trying here. And I'm telling you, baby, you know, all the lights, I had orange lights on all week. I was scared to shut them off. So just lean in the torpedo, lean into it. No fear. So anyway, so my point is this is, you know, if I have somebody on, the only way I can gauge it is, you know, what's going through my filters. Do I believe what they're saying? You know, do they believe what they're saying? And that's about as far as I can go. So I have to break it up into individual things, like with ghosts. Travis Walton. Don't doubt a word he says. Don't. I know people that have met him. I have not met him. I've heard many of his interviews. I've never gotten a funky vibe off of him. You know, the only harsh feelings I ever had about that story was how those people were treated, how those young men were treated, like you killed them up in the, you know, they kept taking all the lie detector tests. You know the story. The way they were treated just appalled me. So my thing tonight is I've reached back into some of the stories that got me interested, at least in taking UFOs into the whole, accepting it into my world of the unknown and woo-woo, right? Never doubted it for a minute. Never doubted the early things that I heard a lot about was Benny and Barney Hill. When they put that movie out, and I watched that with my mother, and the lady that was playing Betty Hill, if you remember what I'm talking about, the movie was called The UFO Incident, and it was 1975, so that means that I saw it probably on TV 76, early 77. So I was a teenager, but a young, and you heard about the story. I read the book before they ever made the movie. And then when it finally came out, they had this woman that's just, I can't remember her name. I want to say Betty Page, but that is not it. That's a totally different person. But when she came out, it was just, I remember the screaming and just her losing her mind. And I thought as a human being, just taken that way against your will and winding up and not having a clue what's going on, of course you'd react this way, so it's a frightening thing, the unknown part, right? But there's also so many depths to it, so many layers of, again, like I said, who are they? Where are they coming from? What do they want? What's their agenda? Are they working together? Who's with who? It's like talking about, the indigenous tribes, the, Native American tribes in the Revolutionary War, who's with who and what's with what, did all your, Delaware go? No, they were all split up and it was all crazy. So how anybody that can come on and say, I have definitive answers of this is where everybody is from, this is what they're up to, this is what they're going to do, this is what they're flying, this is what you're seeing, and this is what happens when you lose time and everything else every single time. I don't think you can say that. Do you see what I mean? I think, again, is this not, if I'm crazy, tell me, I can handle it. If it's not the same as ghosts, I don't know what is. And what I would mean by that, you can't do that with ghosts either. Specters, phantom, it's almost everything has to be taken on an individual basis. Of course, there's going to be scientific facts and things that can't, have to follow a law of, those type of boundaries, right? And rules. But do they? Because coming up and learning about ghosts and how some materialize a little bit more and why they do that. Is it just their will and what they're trying to portray? Do they know? Are they doing this at will? Is it just happening? Is it something that they're sending into your brain and you're just perceiving that you're seeing it? Do aliens do the same thing? Heard this wild story. In fact, I got the book right behind me and I've talked about the couple that it happened to in a desert. Other than that, I'm sorry, I can't remember names and exact dates and all that stuff. But it was a long experience, right? They're out camping, they've got an RV, they're out in the desert, and all of a sudden these aliens show up. I think it was like 4 of them, but they kept messing with their mind, and they would do this big telepathic kind of almost a play, because they would make them see them as angels at first to calm them and get them all, like calm and serene and willing to listen to them. And then they would appear to them in another way. And it was, along with all of these changes, was the changes in the vibration and the feeling and the vibe they were putting out. It was crazy. And this just went on for a while. Then, of course, they were telling them, we're not going to hurt you. We're not going to do anything. We're not going to hurt you. And then they, took them off and hurt them and examined them and all this other stuff and then put them back. So apparently they're liars too. So that's what makes this whole thing just so confusing to me. It's like you can't pin down anything. And I don't know who, other than, like I said, the people that I've stated, you can have, I think they've both passed now. I know Barney is gone. But you could have people like that on and you can interview them and tell me their story. But again, it's just another story on top of a story on top of another story. And then you still have these idiots that are telling you nothing's happening, right? And then you have people that come back and tell you that they know exactly what's happening and it's this and it's only this. I think it's bigger than that. What do you think? I just think it's so much bigger. And I don't think that there's one answer. You know, I think that what happened to Travis Walton may not have been the same people who took Benny or beings, let's just say beings, that took Betty and Barney Hill, right? Might not be the same experience or that for the same reason even. And all these other things happen. I have a really good friend, and it's a fantastic episode. He's been on with me twice. I believe Steve Stockton was on both times. And I won't tell you his name, but wonderful, wonderful human being. Wonderful human being. Amazing experience. He's the one that he remembers them actually coming into, he remembers the whole thing. And you please go pull up the episode and listen to him. It's fantastic. But he remembers being picked up by these beings. I believe his were the short grays, kind of, you know, very methodical, very robotic kind of worker bee kind of thing. And they pick him up and carry him through the wall. And he can remember going through the wall and seeing the things inside the wall, like the wires and stuff, as he's being pulled through, and feeling the air change as he's carried outside. You know, because he's only wearing like his boxer shorts or whatever he said he had on. And it was cold outside. It was a cold January night in, let's just say, the South. So that's crazy, right? And he remembers a lot of his experience. But again, and I believe he had the next day, it was one of those where he wasn't real sure, like, was that a dream? Was that, you know? And then he saw the mark on his body. Oh my gosh, just, you know, crazy. How that messes with you. And the people that find stuff in their, you know, like these, what do you call them? Chips and stuff, you know? Because they're tracking you like we do to dogs and dolphins. It's nuts. And, you know, and I've done episodes on how we got here and the whole Eisenhower thing and, you know, all the crazy conspiracy there, but, you know, aren't they all? And they turn out to be true. So there you go. Somebody's made a deal with somebody and we weren't asked, you know. How does that happen, right? It keeps happening. So that's how I feel about the UFOs and why I lean on other people to tell the story. I think fascinating ones. I absolutely love the story of Indrid Cold and that whole Mothman thing. That was very interesting. I think there was definitely some chicanery going on there. I don't know if it was ley lines or a time, you know, some kind of portal thing opened up and all kinds of things were going on at the same time, very much like a Skinwalker Ranch kind of thing. And that's not the only place. There's so many places like this, you know. But why all at once? Or are we just seeing it and it's happening all the time, but for some reason we're just seeing it in that moment? You know what I mean? Like ghosts. It's like ghosts aren't just there when you see them, right? And I think this whole alien thing has got a lot to do with it too. I'm definitely leaning more towards with the aliens. If you want to talk about the ones we see when we say alien, like the grays, I don't know a thing about the insects ones, and you know, there's reptilian and the Orions and the bad ones and the good ones and all that kind of mess. But these alien worker bees, whatever they are, that are coming back to try to get us to breed with them. That seems to have gone back, way back, right? Where they're trying to figure out too how to be a parent. They seem to have lost, or whoever they're working for seems to have lost the emotion and the ability to do certain things that maybe who knows, maybe it's an evolved thing. Maybe they used to have it and lost it. Who knows? So this is one confusing, multi-layered, multi-directional subject. So I think leaning towards this, trying to get it into being that we're a paranormal channel, and this is all part of that whole world. The only way I can really do it, other than having guests on talking about certain stories, is to lean back on other people to tell their story. So I talked to Steve, and he's got a few that he wants to share tomorrow night. And I have a few that we're going to share tonight. So I thought I'd reach back and pull up some of the stories that freaked me out when I was a kid, along with some other ones that I kind of just found, of this wacky disappearance. And I can't imagine being the parent of this young man, this young pilot, and how easy it is for us to talk about stuff like the planes that disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle, and nobody has an answer, oh, they went into the, the ocean, or they did this, or they did that, and not to have that answer. And I think Steve deals with that a lot on his channel, with all the missing persons and mysteries, and, not having that closure. But I always wondered, and don't you always wonder, like, does a person go through a portal and not come back? And are they somewhere else in another place, existing and going through their life over there on wherever there is? I mean, have you ever asked yourself that question? Is that a possible thing? I think it is. I really think it is. Was it the movie? I want to say Close Encounters of the Third Kind, maybe. Wasn't there a scene in that movie where at one point in time they see a bunch of people standing in the fog, and it's like a lot of these people that went missing, and they were still existing on the other side, or whatever you want to call it, like missing pilots and maybe even Amelia Earhart, who knows, and they were like timeless. I think it was that movie, but I do think that there's something like that going on. There's too many people that go, through the portal. I mean, what's over there? My God. Can you imagine if it's like some kind of H.P. Lovecraft world with all these, like, oh, geez, man. It could be wonderful too. Or it could be a mixture. It's always been creepy. To me, it's like being in the ocean. You don't know what's there. Stuff's there. But does it know you're there? And if not, when are they going to find out and start, all the horrible dark stuff in the ocean, or in space, or in a portal, or on the other side in another dimension? How many movies have we seen where people just wind up in another dimension, or in some kind of dream state, and wind up in a parallel universe? Wow. It's hard enough being here dealing with this one. Can you imagine? So let's see what y'all are saying tonight. And then I'm going to show you a couple of these, because I like going back to the 70s. And hey, Renice, how you doing? Ted, how you doing? Scott, good to see y'all. Good to have you in here. Hey, Froze, how you doing, love? Yep, I know what you mean, sweetie. Yep. Yep, I know, Woo. I think he'll take care of it. I think he knows what he's doing. Let's give him a shot. If you know it, I guarantee you he knows it. Hey, Henry, how you doing, honey? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, did she really? In 1979? See, that's my times. In Alamogordo, New Mexico, after she worked special projects in oh, okay. Yeah. And then you get all that extra stuff too, like the Men in Black start showing up in town. You can't talk about it. If you try to talk about it, like Benny and Barney Hill, do you, Renice? It's just, and again, it's something I hesitate about, because having people on, because what do I know? Just hearing the story is one thing, but I've seen some people take some hard lefts on conversations, and where are we going with that? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to give people the wrong information on purpose and just throw it out there and be irresponsible about it. You know what I mean? I think about it. Doesn't look like I think about what I say, but I do. Yep. I don't know either, honey. I mean, but here's the thing. You know what I asked myself, Bernice? Listen, if they didn't, or now I don't know that they're not doing something bad right now, and we just don't know it. But if they could hurt us and wanted to dismantle us and take us, turn us into dust, don't you think they would have already? I'm just saying. I do think that there's some bad ones in cahoots with some bad humans, and I think there's good ones in cahoots with good humans. What that means and who they are and where they're from, couldn't tell you. As it just seems to me, all they're doing is doing the same thing we do to the dolphins and other animals. They come in, they take us, they observe us, they take skin samples and, whatever. And then they tag us, bag us, and throw us back. And I mean, it's horrible. And it's, at the very least invasive and, horrific to have happen. And then they dump you back here with a bunch of humans that don't believe you when you talk about it. And then they mark you crazy and your life is turned upside down for what? So they can, steal whatever they need to, create their own offspring or their own hybrids or whatever. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of an invasion of your personal space in a big kind of way. So I vote no on that. You do not have my permission. What's interesting, talking about permission, what's interesting I find about it is a lot of these beings seem to react to some of the same things and are weakened by a lot of the same things that demonic spirits are. So apparently there's a universal language and some universal names that hold a lot of power there too. You see? And I wonder if that's not something that just connects you to your natural source and your light, and it magnifies your power. And that's what, because it seems that every species wants to quell that within us, to shut down your sixth sense, your abilities, your pineal gland, let's fluoride, so that'll get calcified, blocks you from your spiritual, right? And it seems like these creatures, whatever you want to call them, beings, whatever, react to that as well. So there's, again, another one in, for our team that says, light beats dark. We just saw that happen, right? You're in spiritual warfare, folks. It's all over the place. And it certainly hasn't ended. That for all my southern people out there, you're walking along, minding your own business, just living your life, and you hear a rattlesnake rattle. You stop, you freeze. And you're okay if you could tell the direction that it's coming from, and maybe you can back up, maybe you can't, but if the rattle stops, you don't know which direction it's come from. You know it's there. But now he's reeling back to strike. That's about where we are. So don't stop dancing, but don't stop paying attention. Okay? Don't take your hard hat off yet. But absolutely party. If you're so inclined. If not, it's okay. We're going to make it great for you too. And you will benefit whether you like it or not. It's just fact. So there you go. Because you wouldn't if we were up in smoke, which is where we were headed. So now we're not. So there we go. How about this? I mean, your mileage may vary, but this is my train, so choo-choo. Let's watch a little bit of this crazy stuff. I'm going to start that one yet. This was a nice short one. This one's not far from me. It's not so very long ago. It was in New York, Brooklyn Bridge, and it's a short one, but it's one of those nice little news clips where you're getting it, a little bit here, a little bit there. But In all of these, there's a common thread. And at the end, we'll talk about it. Here we go. Turn it all the way up.
All of the polls suggest that a majority of the American people believe UFOs are physically real, rather than imaginary or hoaxes or whatnot. I'm standing at exactly the spot where this very strange event was seen at 3 a.m. really on November 30th, 1989. A woman is driving from Brooklyn to New York, right down here in the outer lane. Her car engine died, the lights went out, and she looked over to this building, the one in the distance with a little pointed roof, and at that point she saw a burst of light as a UFO hovering only a few feet above it turned on all of its lights. Two small figures below her and one above her. The light was intense. The woman was terrified and thought, they must be making a movie. This is a film of some sort. And the figures floated up into the UFO, and then the UFO changed its lights, zoomed out across the river and across the bridge and disappeared. And the woman's car lights and engine started back up again. But this is the way it started for her that night.
Okay, wild, right? So there's another story I know of, and well, oops, wait a minute. What's going on? Okay, settle down. There we go. So same thing. She's driving down the highway, doing a pretty good bit, and she's going over a bridge, and she loses time. I can't remember exactly what the clock was, in the car. She knew what time it was. She was either coming back or going to work. So it was like that normal. You kind of have an idea where you are at that moment on a weekday, whatever. And she loses time. And the person that's telling the story about this woman with her, and I guess it was her expert, or he wasn't a psychologist, but he had something to do with the world of aliens and whatnot, said that what happened was the reason the car she was removed from the car, but they had like a jump in where somebody got behind the wheel of the car and was driving it while they took off with her. And as weird as that sounds, why not? Why couldn't they do this, right? And that got into a whole conversation of step-ins and walk-ins and aliens and ghosts and people that, back and forth, and a parallel between the two. And I'm like, wow. And again, I can't tell you that that's not possible. You might have heard some of that in the past too. I can tell you this. I have been on battlefields, and I've had friends, Chuck Banks and Dave, I don't want to say his name in case he doesn't want people to know that he does this on the side, but he does a lot of battlefield rescue too. And he'll tell you he's a very good seer, very strong seer. And when he's out there, he can tell you that there are dark entities standing with different types of alien, what would be considered extraterrestrial beings, that are not of the good, but of the darker side, that are standing there trying to fight you from getting these suffering human ghosts to cross, because they want them to stay and to continue to suffer. So there are aliens involved in that too. So I don't throw out the idea that an alien could pull a woman out from behind the wheel of a car and pop an alien in there to take over the driving across the bridge and not even miss a beat while they, tag and bag her, whatever they're doing, and then pop her back in and she just takes over the wheel like she never left the car. Is this possible? I mean, it sounds like some, weird Hollywood crap, but haven't you heard Stranger? I can't say that couldn't happen. Of course it could happen. Who am I, right? So I'm just really glad it's not happening to me. And then you hear about these people that went under hypnosis, was missing time. Maybe they had, odd marks or, weird shaped, like, I I don't want to say wounds, but well, like my friend, his was in a triangle, like dots, but a triangle. And his wife saw it on his back. I believe it was his back. Crazy, right? And you think it's a dream, and then you see something like that smacks everything into reality, and that just it freaks me out. I mean, what's going on? Why would aliens be with dark entities getting energy and loosh off of a dead soldier from the Civil War? Think about this. And I've heard this from more than one rescue medium, whatever you want to call them, that do it's mostly battlefield stuff, because like that green eyes creature and a lot of other things that you've heard from Steve about, things like that too. It must be a real draw. It must be almost like a gas station to these dark entities that need that kind of energy. They're going to go and fill up. I don't know that they hang there all the time. What a boring life that would be. Where are the rules to this thing? I don't know. I got nothing but questions. So here's another one. That one yet, or this one? Let's do this one. This one from 1975 scared me quite a bit. And it's, I think this is the one that Steve was talking about that kind of got him too. So let me see if I can pull this one up. A few minutes.
Last October, in the quiet Mississippi town of Pascagoula, 2 local men confronted authorities with a rather bizarre story. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker told of a strange craft landing near their fishing site and of being taken aboard by 3 unearthly creatures. The 2 men were questioned under hypnosis and lie detectors, but their story remained intact. One of the men suffered a nervous breakdown and is still under treatment. Among the skeptics were Ralph and Judy Blum, already at work on a UFO book. With W5 last week, Ralph and Judy returned to Pascagoula.
Judy and I stumbled into this book. It came to us to be written. Suddenly we were in a wave of waves. UFOs were being seen across the country again. We were in what they call a flap. And people began experiencing things that they couldn't explain. Something was happening in our skies in the midst of Watergate, Agnew, the energy crisis, the Middle East. Something was happening and people couldn't understand what it was.
Watergate.
We spoke about UFOs, but nobody really knew. And then it hit right here where we are. It hit Pascagoula. Charlie Hickson entered the news and we had a book to write.
مش هتبكي قلة.
أنا بس نايمة ما عندنا حاجة.
معكم مصاري؟
Something happened October of 73 that would go down in history. The spaceship came with many blue lights, set down near them in the night. 3 little men came out and took them inside. They looked him over with one big eye. They say what they saw was the real thing, though. They were the one that saw the Pascagoula UFO.
We were sitting on the other side of the pier with our feet, over toward the river, fishing in the river. And the fish still wasn't biting, so I told Calvin, I said, well, we might as well go home. But I guess that was when I heard it. It was some kind of zipping sound. And when I turned around, in this area out here, about 40 or 50 feet out there, there was some kind of crab, it looked like it's going to come right onto the ground. But it came on down and hovered about a foot and a half or 2 feet off of the ground. We didn't know what to do, the river behind us and that out there not knowing what it was. So, and then before we had time to really do anything, it seemed like an open appeared. Toward the end, it was toward us. And the blue light, it had blue flashing lights as it was, approaching the ground, but then they went out. And when the opening appeared, some source of light came from the inside. It was just almost blinding.
Sheriff Diamond, can you tell me just what happened that night?
No, sir, I can't. All I can tell you is there was two men came into the sheriff's department approximately 8:30 and 9 o'clock. They were all excited, upset, wanting to climb the walls, hysterical, crying. That's actually all I know is what happened. And as far as me seeing what happened, I don't know.
Of course, we could see them in the opening coming from, when it started out to craft. But
Did you think it was people coming out at first?
Well, they had. I kind of thought it was people at first, off like that. But of course, when they appeared there in front of me, it was the most shock I've ever had in my life.
What did you see?
Well, they were shorter than me. I'd say about 5'2" or 3", and they didn't have a neck. Their head, it seemed to come directly to their shoulders, and they had something that came out to a point about where a nose would be, and on each side the ears. And I believe that they looked like they were a little longer on the ears than the nose.
But still pointed the ears.
They were still pointing, yes.
But since I was down there, since I was a physician and several other scientists and investigators were asked to consult and look into the situation, I was asked if would I mind if I would be present, and I said I wouldn't mind at all. And while it is still very difficult for us to believe that a spaceship landed and that robot type creatures came out and actually took these two people into the spaceship, these men, in my opinion, believe that they saw this and that they were being honest in reporting what they have reported.
But it seemed to me when they came out that doorway, or that opening, or whatever it was, then just almost instantly, they were right there on us. And their arms, they had arms. And I saw the arms moving here and in the shoulders, but they had weld. I mean, their fingers were weld, and then they had something like a thumb, and they were like this.
Mm-hmm. We questioned them at length. And then we left the room and recorded all the conversation they had. Recorded between the two of them. And one of them kept wanting to pray. And he said, after all I went through on this earth, he said, why should I have to see something like this?
Calvin Parker, I was questioning him, and at one time he wanted to climb the wall. I saw how nervous and how shook up he was.
They had me one on this arm like this, and on the other one, they had my other arm like that. And I just seemed to lift up to the same height they were off the ground, and we just moved into the craft.
Now inside, how did they lay you out? Do you remember how it happened?
Yes. I didn't see any tables or chairs or anything in there. I'm not saying it wasn't in there because the light was almost blinding, but I didn't see any. And when they carried me inside, they seemed to just lean me back, And this eye, well, I keep referring to it as an eye, and it moved up in front of me about this close. Mm-hmm. And it started right at my eyes, looking me right in the eye. Uh-huh. And it hesitated there for a few seconds, and it just started moving over my entire body. When they brought me from the craft along this area here, and they didn't drop me, they just released me back to the ground. And I fell. I don't know why my legs were weak. I don't know why it was the fright or what it was, but I fell on the ground. And that's when I seen Calvin. He's standing right over here in this area, and he was standing facing the river with his arms outstretched like that, just like he was staring at something.
And tell me about the lie detector test.
Well, so that was run by Pilkington. Was it Pilkington?
Pennington. That they run this type of test about 6 times a day. And when they were asked to come over here to talk to these people, they had in their mind that it was just a big joke. And if I understand it correctly, they ran one test on Mr. Hickson. The machine showed that he was telling the truth. Then they run another one. And then the examiner, he began to wonder himself. So he ran the third test, and he believed just what Mr. Hickson had told him.
No one seems to know this, but Amazon actually has a $50 million fund that they have to pay out
Mr. Booth, tell me what happened that night in October.
Well, I got up and had turned off the TV and come to the front door, which you can see right behind me. Just as usual, checking to see if it was locked. So I looked out the window at the top, and naturally I saw this object above the streetlight out there. So as it caught my eye with the lights was on, it couldn't hear any racket or anything. So I opened the door after a few seconds to step out to see if I could really tell what it was. It just took off.
Can you describe it?
Well, it was round, had lights all the way around it, turning in a counter-clockwise motion. It had a dome on top with a bright light shining out through the top of it. To tell the actual figure of it or anything, you couldn't tell. You just see the lights and the one on top.
When it happened to Charlie, the creatures, whatever they were, didn't communicate with him. Now, it's enough to say you saw a UFO to give you trouble these days in some towns. To be taken aboard is just a suspect idea. But somehow, if the creatures don't give you a message, you're just a touch less incredible. And Charlie says...
Such a good point.
What he said and what we wrote about in the book, it was like they had a job to do, and they came and they did it.
I think there has to be a reason why that Calvin and me was picked.
Maybe because you could take it.
Well, it might be. I don't know. I think that they know more of what's going on down here on this earth than we think. And I don't know. They might have been, you might say, looking for somebody that could, you might say, hold up under the strain and convince people that there is another world and there's some kind of life on that world.
They were the ones that saw the path to a UFO.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? That's so cool that in his mind, imagine a man like he is. I mean, you know, we're guessing, we're judging off the cuff. We don't know the man. Just how he appears to be. Relatively small area. I mean, it's a suburb city, but it's not, you know, the people where he goes to get his coffee in the morning, they know his name. You know, where he gets his paper. They were probably buying papers back then, the milk, the quart of milk, whatever it is. It's pack of cigarettes. They know his name. He's not going to just come out and volunteer a story that makes him look like an absolute lunatic, especially having to go through that whole thing. What was the movie? Was it Independence Day? Where they were teasing old what's-his-face about, hey, did you get probed and all that stuff? He's eating at the diner and he winds up flying the plane up into the spacecraft and exploding it at the end. That's Independence Day, isn't it? Wasn't that, what's his name? Randy, it's a Quaid, right? So Randy Quaid. Yeah, that's it. So anyway, imagine what you go through. We talk about that with the ghosts too. We've talked about it with the Smurl case. Yes, Ted, that's right. The Smurfs. The dad, you know, having to come out and telling that horrible story about being overtaken by that demon, and not just once. They only put it once in the movie. I think it happened to him like 3 times. And it just ripping him, you know, his mind apart. Being the small town dad that he was, you know, manager of some factory, you know, baseball coach. And he's going to volunteer to have this humiliation and this shunning and the laughter and the talk around the water cooler and, you know, down at the club kind of stuff from the boys. Getting ribbed at the poker games, the bridge club, whatever the hell they're doing. But, you know, this is reality, though. Nobody's going to volunteer that. Did you see the face on the other guy in this Pascagoula, whatever? The one that didn't talk, you didn't hear from? That man was traumatized for life. Traumatized. Said he was climbing the walls, wanted to get the Bible, didn't know why in the world he had to see such a thing. This happened. Yet this is 1975. We're in 2024. Soon to be 2025. That's a long time. And we're still asking the same questions. Hey, Bri. You know what I mean? You're going to like this, Bri. We're going to watch a movie later. You never guess which one. You'll be surprised. I found it. They finally opened up the archives. Isn't it weird that the government archives with the Wayback Machine and the place where you can go back and look at old documents and old newspapers and things like that has been shut down for like a couple weeks? It goes up and it comes back down. It goes up. Oh, we're getting hacked. Then it pulls back up and some things are changed, or seems to be. I'm sure it's a Mandela effect. Who am I? Right? Allegedly. How you doing? So, Calvin Parker. Is that his name, Bri? Calvin Parker, the one that was climbing. God bless him. You just know he was ruined for life. Ruined. We do UFOs and aliens and you don't invite me. I didn't, because you know what? It's been a week, Bri. And I was reaching back. You know who I got? He's mad at me. If you want to come in, you can come in. We're just going to be sitting here watching stuff. But you're welcome if you want to come in. I reached back to, this is the stuff that gets me. Okay. One, the stuff that scared me as a kid when I read the book on Betty and Barney Hill. And then when the movie came out and that woman was just an absolute raving lunatic. She was the same one that played in, I'm trying not to look at the chat because I lose my train of thought. I do it all the time. Bonnie and Clyde. Do you know who I mean? She got shot in the eye or something. She's running around screaming. She's just, it's just like, whoa, it's so unnerving. But she's in this too. So anyhow, to look back into the 70s and hear these kind of stories and see this kind of definitive, to me anyway, in my opinion, definitive eyewitness recounts of these stories in the type of characters that these people are. These aren't two guys that got together and said, hey, you know what? We can make money. We could write a book. We could, we get on the TV in 1975. It doesn't make sense, does it? Let's make up this story. And you just pretend to go bonkers. Probably ruined his life. Did it? Bri, what happened to him? Did he, go on to be a successful person? Did he go off and disappear into obscurity, or did he do okay? I mean, I hope he did. But he looked like he was just, gone. One coming back. Out, just checking out. Long vacation. And I don't mean to make light of that. I'm just like, it is what it is. I mean, some people see something like that and it's just, 1,000-yard stare. And they ain't never coming back right. They're just, there's such a thing as being, scared to death. And sometimes you could just. True disclosure, then look at 1977, the release of Close Encounters. Well, true. That's what hey, I bet you Brian knows the answer to this. So, Brian, in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, was there a scene at some point where it was kind of like foggy, like the doors of the ship open or whatever, and there's people standing in it, and it's supposedly some of these people that had disappeared in like the Bermuda Triangle and pilots and, like maybe an Earhart and some of these other people in different era of dress and things like that to kind of lean you towards that kind of thinking. Was that Close Encounters of the Third Kind? Because I'm seeing it, but I can't remember where I saw it. Steve had a thing there. Yes. Was it? Yes. Okay. See, I'm not as, my brain still works. I just don't know, it's like all the files are still in the folders, but the drawers are all over the place. So anyway, so here's another one. So again, who do you reach back to in the 70s? And you want to know about UFO stories, and are they being covered up? Who do you ask? Who are you going to call? I know there's a delay. Hey, John, welcome in. Welcome in. So that's where we're going next. This is a short one, and then I have a surprise for you. At the end of this, I'm going to put on a movie. It's going to run a little long, and I'm going to be in the chat with you. And for the people that want to stay, we got a surprise at the end, and I think you're going to enjoy it. So here we go. That's not it. There it is. Who would know if there was a cover-up going on? I bet you Leonard would.
This is the clearest film ever shot of a real, unidentified flying object. 68,000 UFO reports have been filed in this country alone. Skeptics, however, pose an important question. If flying saucers are so common, why haven't we captured one? In a remote New Mexico desert, researchers have discovered a startling answer to that question. A persistent rumor holds that the United States government has recovered and is concealing fragments of alien spacecraft. Fragments and more.
I was going to let that run out. You got to go to Leonard, right? So I figured this is the best place to go. But if they're going to have a commercial, for those of you that weren't here before, hold 1 second. Wait a minute, it's the wrong one. What did I do?
Seem to center around areas where atom bombs.
There we go.
To the mysteries we will examine.
There it is.
Charges of a UFO cover-up began almost with the first famous flying saucer sightings in late June 1947. It's curious. These reports seem to center around areas where atom bombs and rockets were tested. Were alien forces keeping watch on the new weapons we savages had invented? The flying discs became the Pentagon's nightmare. Seemingly, our fastest jets could never come close to their incredible speeds and right-angle turns. UFOs were said to be able to shut down guided missiles by remote control. The Air Force organized Project Blue Book to officially investigate UFOs. Since its termination in 1969, Blue Book has been alternately praised and damned.
Well, the Air Force position is that we investigated UFOs for 22 years, over 12,000 sightings.
Colonel Don Burgrave, U.S. Air Force.
About 95% of all the UFOs were explainable. They were weather phenomenon, they were balloons, they were airplanes, they were lightning. And we concluded as a result of our investigations, which was carried out very scientifically, that one, there was no threat to the security of the United States, and there was no evidence that we could ever locate that an extraterrestrial vehicle had landed here.
New York lawyer Peter Gersten sued the CIA and FBI to release 5,000 UFO-related documents.
The reading of all the documents reveals that UFOs have the ability to render inoperable present-day technology. UFOs have the ability to gain access to our most sensitive military installations, unrestricted and unlimited access to nuclear installations. There's no doubt about it in my mind that there's a government UFO cover-up.
Ray Fowler, civilian UFO researcher for 17 years.
I've talked to military people who have told me about government cover-ups, how they've been instructed to say this and to say that. And I worked for the United States Air Force Security Service myself, and which worked for the National Security Agency. And I'm very familiar with intelligence operations and cover stories and things like that. So there's no doubt in my mind that that there is a cover-up.
If there was a planned cover-up, then they were very successful in keeping it from me.
Colonel Robert Friend, former head of Project Blue Book, now an engineer on the space shuttle.
A lot of these organizations decided that there was a cover-up because the Air Force didn't pursue these sightings to what they considered the ultimate conclusion.
Now, I got to stop it there real quick, just to add in. This is what they always say, and there is no doubt that they've been covering up. So whether you want to go back to Jim Mars, to name them all off, go back as far as you want. Bill Cooper, you want, just keep going. What direction do you want to go in? Right? We talked about Travis Walton. We talked about all these. They all can't be wrong. They all can't be lying this well. They all cannot be offering up their lives for ridicule and, ruin in a lot of ways, right? So why are they covering up? And are they trying to hold back the information because they're involved in some deep-rooted chicanery? Isn't that always the answer? And they don't, how are we being used as some kind of bartering tool? And what are they getting out of it? And what are we getting out of it? Because it's always for the greater good. What they don't know won't hurt them. And look, don't ever for a second think that people won't do this to other people, because they do it all the time. It's just you given the choice. Thank goodness. Wouldn't imagine doing this to somebody else. To psychopaths, this is a Monday. Do you see what I'm saying? So let's take that out of the equation and just understand that they always use that as an excuse. And they're still using it as an excuse. You have to remind yourself, this was like 75. 74 this was, I think. What's changed? Not much. Okay, I'll shut up. It's crazy.
If there has been a UFO cover-up, it began in Roswell, New Mexico. Near White Sands and Alamogordo, Roswell was home base for many early tests of atom bombs and guided missiles. Here also, the practice of military stonewalling may have been perpetrated. The case began when Roswell businessman Dan Wilmot witnessed an amazing object over the town. His son tells the story.
This was their home in July of 1947. And it was one summer evening. They were sitting out here. Dad looked up in the west and saw an object that came down and had lights blinking, and it was rather frightening to him. But he said all of a sudden it seemed to rock a little bit and sort of counterbalanced itself, wiggle a little bit, and then seemed to settle down and take off at a rapid rate of speed.
The next day, reporters heard that the Air Force had found fragments of the mystery object crashed on a remote ranch northwest of Roswell. Excitement ran high until officials announced it was only a weather balloon. Major Jesse Marcel, in charge of the operation, now tells a far different story.
They took pictures, of course. They had a whole flock of microphones there. They wanted me they wanted some comments from me, but I wasn't at liberty to do that. So all I could do is keep my mouth shut. And General Ramey is the one who discussed or told the newspapers, the newsmen, what it was and to forget about it. It was nothing more than a weather observation balloon, of course, which we both knew differently.
Major Marcel had to keep silent because of his strategic position at that time. He was in charge of all security and intelligence on atomic tests in the United States and the Pacific. Marcel retraced his secret recovery operation across the hot New Mexico desert.
We left Roswell perhaps around 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As you can see, it's flat. It is very difficult. In fact, with just verbal directions, we never would have found it. We had to follow the rancher out there.
The crash site was so remote, it took an entire day to drive there.
The following morning, we went out to the site where the crash was. And what I saw, I couldn't believe there was so much of it. It was scattered over such a vast area. So we proceeded to pick up as much of the debris as we could, loaded in a wagon. We filled that up. It took us a good part of the day to do that, because it was such small fragments that we had to do a lot of picking. We found a piece of metal about a 1.5 to 2 feet wide and about 2 or 3 feet long. Felt like you had nothing in your hands. It wasn't any thicker than the foil out of a pack of cigarettes. But the thing about that got me is that you couldn't even bend it. You couldn't bend it. Even with a sledgehammer, would bounce off of it. So I knew that I had never seen anything like that before. And as of now, I don't know what it was.
There is new evidence that the FBI then got into the case with a different cover story. Lawyer Peter Gersten, searching through declassified government documents, came across a mention of the Roswell case.
One of those documents related to an incident in Roswell, New Mexico, which indicated that the object which had crashed was an experimental kite. The FBI investigated the incident and determined that it was terrestrial, that it was from an organization which had been doing research in experimental kites.
What did crash in this desert? A UFO? A weather balloon? A radar-reflecting kite?
It was not anything from this earth that I'm quite sure of, because I was, being an intelligence officer, I was familiar with just about all materials used in aircraft and our air travel. This is nothing like that. It could not be. It could not have been.
To develop the first atomic bomb, the Manhattan Project was our first totally secret military operation. Secrecy has continued to this day as an instrument of foreign policy. Official fabrications have become a vital link in security. We never admitted such a spy plane as our U-2 existed, until the Russians managed to shoot one from their skies. We managed to capture an advanced enemy aircraft. Even fragments can reveal new information. Such captured material is routinely rushed to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, to the top secret Foreign Technology Division. This place is so classified that former Air Force General Senator Barry Goldwater was once denied entrance.
For 30 years, rumors have spread about Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. According to the stories, the U.S. government is concealing under top security flying saucers from another world and alien bodies cryogenically suspended in huge freezers. Such rumors could be easily dismissed, except that UFO researchers have gathered information leaked from military sources, sources who claim to have seen the craft and the bodies.
The stories and rumors all mention a mysterious Hangar 18 as the ultimate repository. In search of cameras were the first allowed to photograph inside this hangar. Is it possible that here in Hangar 18, highly secret activities once took place? What evidence of a cover-up might we hope to find? Wright-Patterson is one of the largest and most complex air bases in the world. In the Foreign Technology Division alone, hundreds of secret experiments have been undertaken. Continuing military security has made Hangar 18 a mysterious
Look at those cars. Look at those
Some
cars.
experts believe that new designs have been created here. Every branch of the military has experimented with flying wedges, flying wings, hovercraft, with an amazingly consistent lack of results. The flying saucer shape was an obsession of aeronautical pioneer Edmund Doak. These rare films show static and dynamic tests of his early models. Doak spent 30 years and $250,000 investigating the problems of circular airfoils. Ironically, just when he seemed on the verge of a breakthrough with his Doak 16 vertical takeoff plane, the Air Force canceled development on his projects. No reason was ever given. NASA tested the H-2F2 lifting body as a prototype for the space shuttle. As with all flying wedges, lack of stability was the single unsolvable problem. We are unable to confirm a single successful test of a manned flying saucer. Yet, the effort continues. Why? Does the government have some reason to pursue this quest? A reason they're keeping secret? From Wenham, a suburb of Boston, comes an eyewitness account which could explain this continued military fascination with flying saucers. Ray Fowler, one of the most respected civilian UFO investigators, is also author of 2 bestsellers in the field. Because of his stint in the Air Force Security Service, he finds himself still vulnerable to government pressure.
I work for a company that designed and built a major weapon system. And because of connections within the company, because of connections with Dr. Jalen Hynek, who was an Air Force investigator for many years, I came across information that indicated that this major weapon system, as well as others, had been disrupted by UFOs. And I gave a story to a national newspaper, the Christian Science Monitor, which published this story. Within an hour after this particular paper was out, the Strategic Air Command had called my company. And the following day, the Pentagon called the company and threatened to send a letter of displeasure to the company if something wasn't done about my making these things public.
Because of similar pressures in his own work, a friend of Ray's had kept quiet for 27 years with an amazing story. Ray tried to convince the friend to tell his story on In Search Of.
I know it's been several days now, and I've been waiting for you to call me on this, but have you come to any conclusions?
The man finally agreed, for the first time, to talk, but only under strict conditions.
I can assure you that your name will not be used.
They made up a name, Fritz, to protect the witness's true identity.
And I think the best
So now this
place
is
to do
going
it
back
would be my
like to
planetarium
the
away from the
40s,
kids and the telephone
26
and things
years
like
earlier. Wow.
Waiting for his friend to arrive, Ray nervously fiddled with his telescopes. He remembered his extensive investigations into the man's reliability as a witness.
In the case of Fritz, I started in 1973, went all the way back through the various companies he worked for, right back to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, talked to people he worked with, and they all gave him a very clean bill of health, a reputable man, honest man, not the type that would fabricate a hoax, and a very efficient engineer manager.
As the man arrived, Ray recalled the years his friend had wavered about breaking an oath of secrecy. He recalled their long arguments about a greater public good. Would the years of patient persuasion at last pay off?
As I understand it, Fritz, you were working for the United States Air Force.
The story began late one night in 1953 at Frenchman's Flat, Nevada. The man had been working as a consultant on blast effects of atom bombs when he was suddenly ordered to report for a new mission.
What happened after that?
We were put on a bus, which the windows were all completely covered with curtains and in some cases black paper taped to the windows. And we're driven for 3 or 4 hours, and we're not sure just where we were going. Several of us tried to guess where we might have been. We at that time came to the conclusion it was in the area of Kingman, Arizona.
After getting off the bus, as recreated here, the scientists were taken to an even more remote location. They had no idea exactly where they were or what they were about to see.
We were told that we had been selected for various technical specialties. And I was told that I was to ask any questions that had to do with dynamic loads and nothing more, and I wouldn't get any answers to any other question. It looked like two saucers, I would call it, one on top of the other, inverted, probably 25 to 30 feet in diameter.
In terms of something known, what kind of metal would it look like?
Well, it would look like a brushed aluminum. I'm sure it probably wasn't that. I say that because I noticed no scratch marks. And anything that would penetrate into the sand 20 inches that way would certainly have some scratch marks.
No signs of buckling, fracture, or anything?
Not that I could see. I accepted it was probably some United States government vehicle, a highly classified vehicle. In fact, we were told that that's what it was. Interestingly enough, one of the questions I needed to know was what the mass of the vehicle was. I can tell a lot of things from the penetration into the desert sand and so forth, but I needed to know the mass. And they told me that they weren't going to let me know that. They perhaps didn't even know themselves. There was also a tent, which I didn't get to look into, but one fellow whom I did happen to talk with briefly until they told us to stop talking, said that he had seen two bodies inside this tent, two alien-looking bodies. It was brown, leathery skin, had a silver, like a cap on, without a bill.
Like a skull cap?
Yes, like a skull cap. I realized what this really started to mean, but I also at the same time realized probably why the government was keeping it classified. There are a lot of things that could be changed by our culture or religions. There are a lot of things that could be affected by the release of information like that at that particular time.
Like many other UFO stories, this also concludes with the recovered craft taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
It's got a few more minutes. It's got a little bit, but I wanted to stop there and ask. This is an interesting question that often pops up when this comes through. And maybe it's me and I just don't understand because I have such a strong root system. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean? It's like where I'm standing, it's like I'm there. You know, it's going to be hard to move me. Are people really that easily swayed? Let's just say that if aliens was true, it would wreck their faith. I asked the same question when the Da Vinci Code came out, and they started talking about how this would blow a religion apart. I kind of understood a little bit of that because a specific religion was actually lying about it and didn't want the truth to come out. I get that. And in this case, it's a government lying about how they're able to pull that trick off about still trying to convince people that none of this exists. I don't know. It's a crazy spell. You know what I mean? Because everybody knows it, but still somehow people still think it doesn't really exist. And they need that same government that's been lying about it all that time to come out and say, yeah, we've been lying. And they have to have that to believe it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But how does any of this being true change your faith? Because if aliens are true, your faith can't be true as well at the same time. Are they, you know, they're not, you see what I mean? Mutually exclusive. I don't get it. Do you guys get it? Am I not getting it? Or is it just ridiculous? Is it a ridiculous statement? This is what I'm saying, Vixen. Thank you. Okay. I'm not alone, right? This is what I mean. And maybe it's because, you know, we're both so diverse in what we, you know, we're very accepting and understand that so many things are in the same exist. You know what I mean? It's that things don't, one thing existing doesn't make the other thing not true. a lot of that stuff can exist at the same time. I think that's why people that think that way are probably interested in the paranormal and the metaphysical, because they know there's more and they know it's all connected. They're just not sure where all the dots, what dots go to what, and what leads you, like leapfrog. It's very interesting. But anyhow, I don't understand how that would knock somebody off their faith wagon, but
Cameras are normally prohibited there, but In Search Of was allowed to photograph certain declassified areas.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We found there
Crazy.
actually are huge freezing chambers inside the legendary Hangar 18.
The only knowledge I have of little green men, Martians, or whatever would be from the articles I've read of some of the published novels like Frank Scully's book and things like that.
Don Ritter, buildings manager since 1942, claims the giant freezing cells were never used for storage of alien bodies.
Building 18 at Wright-Patterson was used primarily for cold soak engine testing, and we had 4 cells in this facility that we would take down to minus 65 degrees Fahrenheit, soak the engine for some period of time, and make the engine starts to test components, engines, and whatever for cold starts.
My major criticism is that from way back in the 1947s, there should have been a gradual information release and had the public accustomed to what UFOs are, what we're trying to do about them. And instead, they've covered up so long that to admit that they've covered it up, it's almost like another Watergate. Plus the fact, I think they don't have the answers. And if they admitted even what they knew, people would want to know more answers. They don't have the answers to give them. I'm sure they don't have the answers to give them.
Based on my own personal and professional experiences, for the last 26 years of wearing this blue suit. And most of that I've been in the public affairs business, where I'm responsible for releasing information to the public. I can assure you on behalf of the Air Force that there's just no truth to that at all.
Inside the freezing chambers of Hangar 18, we've examined one small clue in the mystery.
I have to. Have you ever been to, there's a certain battlefield, it may or may not be in Pennsylvania, I may or may not have been there like 8 times. And you can go and you can stand on the battlefield and the park rangers will tell you, stomp their little booted foot and everything, and tell you that no such thing as ghosts ever existed again at that battlefield. And there are no ghosts. It's all nonsense. This guy reminds me of that. As long as I've been in this blue suit, I'm here by means of the United States Air Force. I'm here to tell you none of that ever existed. And we're not paid to lie to you just like everybody else. that and a nickel will get you a picture of a cup of coffee. Crazy shit.
Mystery of the UFO cover-up.
Lying bastard.
Whether it proves fact or fiction, this search for flying saucers has already profoundly influenced our perception of our place in the universe. Colonel Robert Friend, former head of Project Blue Book.
I believe that speculation and a scientific approach to it can't live together. I would feel that there were, in lots of instances, cases that had potential scientific pay dirt that possibly should have been pursued further. And in that regard, yes, I think that some of the cases had a lot of promise.
The Roswell case and the strange story of the man known as Fritz are 2 dramatic examples of close encounters of the fourth kind. Like the 68,000 reports on record of UFO sightings, they exist in a limbo, halfway between science and speculation.
There you go. So what do you think? That's 1975. Fritz and his story came from the early 50s. He didn't want to tell it. It's similar, very similar to the Roswell story. So many other people we've mentioned to come in here, their books told their tales. We've heard their interviews. We've seen the stories. We've seen it on sightings and unsolved mysteries and you name it. To this day, very new ones. There's people in this chat that have seen an unidentified flying object, a UFO or UAP or an alien story. There's been that recent one in Los Angeles where they had people in the backyard and all kinds of crazy stuff. And the officers saw it. I love those stories. There was one where an officer showed up on a call, and I guess it was this was in a place where they actually had a partner. So there was two guys, and that was very common back in my day. Now it's not so much, but two guys in their patrol car, and one got out and walked towards the craft, and it was like this craft landed, whatever the story was. It's in the street anyway. It lands, it's surrounded by lights and blah, blah, blah. He gets out, the thing opens up, this alien shows up, and he goes for his gun, pulls it, and the alien just makes it hot or whatever, or melts it, and he has to drop it. And he's talking to him telepathically, like, don't do that, and blah, blah, blah. There's not always a profound message, is there? One of the gentlemen that was talking tonight brought that up. If you don't have some kind of profound message, like, what are they here to tell us? What is it about that we think that they're going to come here to give us some secret, some answer? Do I think that there's groups like that would probably do that sit in council and back and forth? Do I think that's happening? Probably, more likely than not. But do I think that these ones that are coming in and abducting and bagging and tagging us and following us around and keeping track of us for whatever reason, you hear stories of some of them healing people, taking whole families, bloodlines for a long time back. This whole trying to help them reproduce, help them learn how to raise a offspring and stuff like that, where I said it earlier about them losing the whole idea of emotion, like, what is love? Why do you care? Kind of thing. They don't understand it. We've thrown in the idea that they could be us in the future or something similar, like they were like us and they evolved. They went off into a different place and evolved in a different way, just like different species around the world. It's obvious, even squirrels are different and different, as much as different states. It's crazy. There's a lot of questions. I think the definitive answer, though, is something's going on. Because, like I said, nowadays, the only difference I can see from the information and things that they had back then, we have more of it now, but it seems to be the same stuff, same flavors, every once in a while they'll mix it up, just like a Baskin Robbins. Sometimes they'll throw the cherries in with the Rocky Road and call it something special. But it's all the same stuff. Something's happening. Something's going on. They're coming from somewhere. For some reason, they can grab us out of our beds, carry us through walls, do whatever they want against our will. We have no say in it, apparently. And sometimes dump us off where they got us. Sometimes they miss. Like Travis Walton wasn't dumped off exactly where he was taken from. And we hear all kinds of stories. I'm sure you have too. Showed up in different clothes, showed up in different spot. Some you're right back where you were, like the lady in the car. It's so weird. But there's not one answer other than something's going on. They're definitely covering it up. They don't want us to know. It's definitely control. But why? Why can't we know? Why do the men in black come and tell us to shut up if we've seen something? Why do they need to keep it a secret? What's this secret code? What door do we need to open to bust it all open and have it be just as, bring it out into the sunlight. Tell it like it is. Just give us the facts. We've seen a lot of other stuff. There's a lot more stuff coming, kiddos. Trust me. Don't think you've seen it all. There's a lot more coming. It's just begun to be unraveled. And some of this stuff is downright ugly, but it's happening. And in order to stop it, it has to be exposed and then dealt with. Just like the dark side of the paranormal. And what beats that? The light. We just saw it. There's an obvious darkness and an obvious debauchery. And then there's the fix of all that. And if you're somewhere in the middle, you might say, it's not so bad here. No, it's not so good over there. And it's not so good over. Well, here's the deal. You're not being affected like both sides. And in order to stop the suffering on the very far end, you got to take the middle with. Everybody goes with. Everybody gets better together. You want to jump off the ship after that? You want to jump off a perfectly good ship? That's fine. Because you're not going to sit here and bunch holes in it and sink everybody else. It cannot be allowed for the greater good. Because good wins. Right? So eventually the truth is all going to come out. And that seems like such a strange thing to say. And because the truth does seem to be out. It's just somewhere along the line we don't have a confirmation, or we don't have it all in one spot where we can say, okay, this is going on. All of these things are possible at once. Yes, there's extra dimensionals. Yes, there's interplanetary. Because I've seen some really heavy hitters that know a lot more about this than I ever will. Hey, RP, welcome in, sweetheart. Do you know what I mean? And they're saying, well, there are no inner space. There's nothing coming from other planets. Only extra dimensional. I don't know. That sounds like a very broad. It's not even a broad brush. It's one of those big old rollers that leaves those, tacky. Hey, Tom, welcome. Does that make sense? So, it's like I said, it's just odd to me that we've had all this information all along, just like Bigfoot. There's some new stuff come along for sure. But in the Bigfoot world, in the cryptid world, of course, that changes. Some come, some go, some new ones. In the ghost world, we've had the information, we've had the proof, we've had the stories, we've had the witnesses, we've had the experiences. We've had the life-changing experiences. We've had the people that would rather probably, given the chance to have not had the experience, would have chose that than to go through what they did after they went through it. Yet here we are. What's absolute BS? What they're saying, what I'm saying, both could be true at the same time. Who's BSing? All of them, it's just, you're probably meaning to people where they say there's no interplanetary and it's only extra. I know that just sounds just so, those kind of definitive things like that. It's like, wow, it sounds like you're going to believe my story and only my theory can be true and nobody else's can be true and none of them intermingle and blah, 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 blah. It sounds very closed-minded. Yeah, that's what I thought. And it's very closed-minded to me. And I think you have to be broad-minded in this, in everything, I mean, Lord, sometimes when you get a good look at something, you really take another look at it, or you see it through somebody else's eyes and you really listen and you stop and listen to what they're saying. And you take a look at it, you go, man, I didn't think about it like that. That is a different angle, so mine's true, but with it, now it's got added flavor to it, like that Baskin Robbins stuff going back and forth. So let's watch another one. That was, of course, the wonderful Lenard Nimoy and In Search Of, and I thought it would be cool to pull that up about the conspiracies because it's obviously we've added so much more since then. And we know that they're lying in so many different ways. And, Brian, when you were on here, you had brought up about the, the Vril and the Bell shaped air, spacecraft and all this stuff. There's so many different kinds of things that we're seeing. But I think the ones that intrigue me too are the ones that where people really lose time and have that kind of amnesia, that flash. And then I can remember pretty much, you know, as a kid, and then coming up, like I said, with the Barney and Benny Hill thing, Betty and Barney Hill, that hypnosis was under a lot of question. Now, you know, they forgot, and they got a little, you know, they got the hypnosis, and some of that information started coming out because, well, was it so traumatic that they shut it off, or did they do something to him to erase that memory? How many stories have you heard in this since then? But if I can recall, I think that that was one of the earliest ones I can remember that was really public, where their minds were just completely wiped out and they had to bring it out through hypnosis. Now you've got, oh, we don't believe them, they're lying. Hypnosis, they're putting ideas into their head. They're kind of going through the same thing a little bit, like mediums go through when they're reading somebody and somebody's trying to discredit them, and they're saying that you got all that information off of Google, or you went through their social media, or you did all this other stuff, even though they're coming up with things that the person is saying that isn't out anywhere. There's no way they could know this. Only I know this. Well, they're reading your mind. They keep finding another reason for it not to be true. They cannot open their minds. They cannot allow any of this, whether it's the control like you guys were talking about, with even in, my God, how much in religion, right? No, you know, right here, coloring the lines, or this control. And I wonder if that's it. I wonder if that's really the answer to all of it, guys. I mean, it's like, if we're allowed to understand that miraculous things outside of their control, their instruction, their will, or their want actually exist, that life goes on and there's bigger and better and brighter, and knowledge and love and light and excitement to share knowledge and continue to raise your intelligence, that happens. So you really, you know, your persona, your essence doesn't die. Well, that would be, they would have control. And if they admitted that other beings are coming in and interacting and have knowledge that might be more so than what they have, that they're not the smartest and be all and end all, that we might be able to gain some knowledge from them too. Maybe that's why they're trying to keep it away. Because here's the thing, I'm not buying that they're trying to protect us, because there's not a freaking thing that they do that is good for us. Not in our food, not in our air, not in our water, not in our knowledge, not in the news, not in the information, not in the products, not into the instruction, not into the food pyramids and the just none of it is good. I used to have a thing, oh God, go back 30 years. I used to tell the kids, if they've paid for advertising it and they're telling you to do it, don't. There was an advertisement, I can't remember what it was. They were really pushing milk. Can't remember what it was. And we're seeing a lot of advertisements for milk. And it wasn't, you know, from Nation's Dairy Farmers, or even if it was, is it really? Or any of these. And I'm looking at it, but well, I guess we're not doing that anymore. We're not drinking, we haven't drank real milk since. Because it's that strong, and it's just this natural thing you get with it. So when you look at stuff like this, you have to look at it the same way. They're discrediting people, calling them liars, destroying their lives, telling they didn't see what they saw. They don't believe that this is happening to you, whether it's a haunted house and you're being thrown up against the wall and they're levitating your bed and your refrigerator and your dog's flying around the living room. It's not happening. You're crazy. All my electric just went out. Wow. That's crazy. Went out everywhere. Are we still going? I'm on battery. Did you see that? That's nuts. Everything just went completely out. In the neighborhood. Now it's back. Looks like it's out in the neighborhood. Went out in the neighborhood too. So whatever. That's crazy. What'd I say? Was it me? Was it something I said? Here we go with that light. So anyhow, like I've always been one of those people. If they don't want you to know it, why? And don't buy this stuff. I'm trying to turn this light on, guys, if you're wondering what I'm doing. I think that's right. If they don't, there we go. If they don't want you to know it, you need to know. Right? If they want you to buy it and want you to consume it, or they want you to do it, question it. So what do we have time for down here? We've got time for one more. This one was really interesting. Let's see how long this one is. I think this is the one. Because we're going to have some with Steve tomorrow, because I definitely want Steve's. Steve's got a little bit on Betty and Barney Hill and some other stuff. And with all of his expertise in missing people and abductions and things like that, I definitely need to get him involved in this. So we're going to extend this into tomorrow night. But here's one that I found that kind of blew me away a little bit. And it's one of those where this one doesn't go back to like 75. This is not too long ago, and I believe some of the family is still alive. But Valentich, have you heard this one? Hi, D-Rock, good to see you, baby. Yeah, it was crazy. My lights went out, but looks like across the street's on. I can barely see out that one window, but let's see if I can get a little bit of this. How long is this one? This one's 16 minutes. This one's just about right. Well, close. Good night, Mud.
I've lost a lot of faith in the news media and the way they operate, you know, the way they present information sometimes. 95% of it is just all stories which are fabricated for the sake of selling newspapers and the like.
Yes, please.
If you happen to be part of that news or involved in part of that news, it makes you angry because it's not correct, you know.
You're wonderful, Chris.
It just makes you angry. You think, well, geez, can't trust none of the buggers.
A land and sea search is underway for the pilot of a light aircraft missing in Bass Strait. The plane was on a flight from Moorabbin in Melbourne across to King Island via Cape Otway. Department of Transport officials say the pilot was the only person aboard the single-engine Cessna. When the pilot reached Cape Otway, he reported all was well. But a few minutes later, told flight service he had a rough running engine.
It'll still be part of the destiny.
Well, more or less everybody got destiny. When you're born, your destiny is already there anyway.
You know, UFO are still a very frustrated subject. It's very intangible. You can't touch it.
Flying along in an aeroplane, how could you actually pick an aeroplane up and physically take it somewhere? It's not possible.
I don't know what he saw, but whatever he said that he saw, he saw.
That motor control airplane, the little one. Right, started from there. He was only 12 months old, put on this one, he can't understand, more or less, but he loved the noise, you know, up and down. And one day this plane came out from the box and he started to really fly. You know, he jumped a fence, a broken window, normal, nothing special, and not a genius like people they try to say, oh, he was a genius or something, nothing like that. Sometimes he was good at school, sometimes not. It was hard for him. I mean, you know, like a normal person. Yes.
Corporal Frederick Valentich, the member of the squadron from the 18th September 1973 to 16th of March 76. During this time, Corporal Valentich proved himself to be a most capable and enthusiastic cadet. It is understood he now wishes to enrol for the commercial pilot course, and to this end we wish him well and have no doubt he will apply the same keenness and efficiency towards this course as he did in his career as a cadet member of the squadron. And I signed it. And these kids are normal kids. They're not, they come from suburbs all around Melbourne.
Our objective for existence is to give young people an insight to aviation. They get an insight to what it's like to put the uniform on and spend a week or 2 weeks living as an Air Force person. Flying was his life, but he had a social life as well, and he worked the two very well. If flying didn't fit in, social life went out.
Man in uniform. He loved flying. That was number one. Flying was more important than anything, really. Just what he wanted to do. Anything he wanted to do. Just become a commercial pilot, fly for the airlines. Probably a month after we'd started going out. He took me just on just for him to get some hours up. Went down to Moorabbin Airport and hired a Cessna and just went for a fly. Loved aerobatic flying as well. Took me aerobatic flying. And that was a thrill. It was great. And I took them as we flew up. That was the best one, with the clouds, just looked like a blanket of clouds. Wanted to just jump out of the plane and walk along it. The blanket looked so solid. And we had a few troubles on the way up. He was real calm and didn't worry about it.
Aircraft engines, he had an interest in the engines themselves. Airmanship, yes, he loved flying. He loved it very much. His wish was to go into the Air Force, but he was just a little bit too old, and unfortunately, to my mind, he gave so much to the training corps that he missed out on a lot of opportunities.
He went to fly, night experience or whatever they call, and he booked the plane for 4 hours. Instead, he did just an hour and a half or something. And when he came home, I asked why he came earlier, and he said, "Mom, up there is, I have the feeling something follow me." I asked him if he's not lonely in the dark, especially during the night. Anyway, he said, no, it's something marvelous, beautiful. You can see the star, and I feel really bright up there.
The night before he went missing, he was at my place, and he did say he was scared of flying over the water. But he wasn't like scared like what the meaning of scared is, as terrified of. He was more scared of, the way he put it, was the water.
He wasn't a great, how to say, love of deep water. He wasn't a great love of swimming.
Well, he was supposed to pick me up. He said 7:30, 8 o'clock. He said it depends on, how long it'll take him to come back. And from King Island. And It was 7:30, and I thought, oh, well, you know, he's probably on his way back or whatever. And it got to 8 o'clock, and I thought, he'll ring me soon, because he used to always ring, you know, and say, I'm late, you know, I'm on my way.
Sierra Tango, contact Melbourne on 122, Decimal 4. Hotel Echo, contact Melbourne. I'll call you my time, 301. Boy, Charlie, Echo, Neil Sowers, taxis, Kimmo.
It's a subject, I suppose, which can easily be sensationalised and distorted. And what has happened is fairly straightforward, really, even though it's extremely mysterious.
Foxtrot, Melbourne traffic is Kilo Alpha Mike, Heron, warning for Flinders Island, warning of 187,000 Flinders Island.
There is military airspace, military restricted areas associated with Point Cook down in that vicinity, right? But it was not active. So hence when he said, do we have any large aircraft planned to operate in the area? And then he mentioned military aircraft. Well, of course, it threw us into a bit of confusion because we should have had details on that type of operation.
Thanks.
Well, initially, I thought what he was saying was there was a large aircraft operating in his area, possibly a military aircraft, and why didn't we know about the aircraft? Well, I went to control. I went to the air traffic controller, the radar controller, and to see if he had a radar paint on any large aircraft operating down that way. And unfortunately, the altitude of 4,500 wasn't high enough to for the radar to pick up anything. What he was seeing was not an aeroplane and was possibly a UFO or some atmospheric phenomenon. He mentioned I think a couple of green lights, a white light and a red light, and a sort of a silver metallic-like shiny surface. That's when it all got very, very mystifying.
News just ahead. The pilot of a light plane thought to have crashed in Bass Strait last night said just before losing radio contact that an unidentified object with green lights was heading straight for him. The frightened pilot told air traffic controllers that it was hovering on top of him and that it was not an aircraft, seconds prior to him being snatched away by the UFO.
Mr. Valentich, what do you believe has happened to Frederick?
Well, I really believe that he must have been struck with certain unidentified object.
Pilot of the aircraft radioed the Melbourne Flight Service unit here at Tullamarine and reported he was over Cape Otway, proceeding for King Island.
Valentich, what do you think happened to your son?
Well, it's hard to say, but I really believe that he must be interfered with some unidentified
It was at
object.
that point that the conversation became decidedly mysterious.
It's a fairly far-fetched sort of theory, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The father of missing pilot Frederick Valentich said yesterday he hoped an unidentified flying object had been involved in his son's disappearance. He told reporters that he'd rather that than find wreckage of the plane.
When at first he didn't come, we thought that he had an accident, right? That he probably fell down the sky. But then, as the people come along from various newspapers, around about 11 o'clock, some journalist, I think it was from Channel 9, he mentioned to me that he heard about that there was to do with some strange object surrounding him. And when we first heard, that was the first hint that we have about UFO. And as they tell us, myself and my wife, we felt much more relieved because we knew that Frederick always mentioning about UFO, that he would like to meet one. And our heart really opened up with a great big hope.
When I heard that, and I was more or less put on this way, don't get me wrong, I was happy because I said, at least he's somewhere. You know, not just went on a sea or crash or on a land or whatever.
I rang Moorabbin Airport straight away. And they said to me, how are you related? You know, why are you inquiring? And I said, oh, I'm Frederick's girlfriend, if it's Frederick. And then they said, yes, it is.
Well, the message I got through was Fred's gone. I said, yeah, all right, well, that's good. And she said, hey, he's gone. I said, well, look, he'll come back. And he said, he probably hasn't gone far. It's sort of, and I realised that what she meant by gone was she meant he'd gone into the bay, or he'd gone into a mountain or something like that. And I started to show more signs of life then. Made a few phone calls.
I got a call, first of all, from John Gibbs, and he suggested that perhaps I could see what I could do. Well, what I did, I rang the Tullamarine people and spoke to people there, and then I rang Moorabbin. It was fairly evident a pretty well-organised, full-scale search was to be conducted. Yes, I was extremely sad, I can assure you. We were expecting Fred on the night of the 21st of October. He's coming to this place here for dinner. Anne had a salad. He's bringing back some crayfish.
I saw someone on Sunday night, and then on Monday it was the full force of all of them. Not just newspapers, it was also like the news for the TV, and just all come around to get their story.
I believe the major news areas, news medias, covered it with the information that they had because there wasn't any there. What was it? The bloke had crashed, he'd reported a UFO. Where's the story? So they had to dig.
I think they really thought that I knew where he was. As if I knew what was going on. So, but I only knew from what they had already put in the paper and what I'd heard on the radio.
She also denied that she had gone to Cape Otway for the purpose of any secret rendezvous. The UFO reported by the pilot of an aircraft missing over Bass Strait could have been a top-secret United States military remote-controlled drone vehicle used to decoy radar from an attacking strike force. This is the theory of a former...
And not many people believe on the strange object.
What if there's a smarter way to play the lottery without relying on luck? I quit buying random lotto tickets and started using this.
Well, there you go. Now, there's a second half, and I'll play it for you tomorrow night with Steve. But this young man goes up in this small little airplane. I think it's a Cessna. Don't quote me on it because planes are not my thing, and I'm certainly no expert for sure. But he's talking on the radio. It had a whole lot of Amelia Earhart kind of vibe for me. Because if you know the Earhart story, she's in there. She's got, I believe she had her wingman, whoever, her navigator, but she's whistling into the radio, trying to keep. It was so sad, her last recordings over the radio, just devastating if you listen to them. This is what it reminded me of, because this young man is calling out and he's saying that he's seeing this UFO. It's got green lights. And now it's above him, and it's not an aircraft. And then he just disappears. Nothing, no debris, no pieces of plane, nothing. Just like the other stories we heard about Bermuda Triangle and all that. And we have this recording. Now, I watched them tell the story on Unsolved Mysteries. Can't play it for you here because they'll clip me. But they added in that the father that you saw them interviewing there, how does it make you feel? I hate that. How do you think they feel? His son is missing you. Infuriates me. Anyway, They allowed him to listen to the recording one time, and that was it. The father got to hear his son's last words, and they didn't give him a copy or anything. One time and done. It got leaked out later on, and he got to hear it. Anyway, there's more to the story. It's tragic, but where did this guy go? It also reminds me of the story of the man who, now, Brian, you might recall this off the top of your head. He's flying. He's going from, on a short run, and he knows how long it's supposed to take him. He's flying. He goes through this tunnel. And he winds up in the spot like 2 hours ahead or 2 hours behind or some kind of mess. Losing time for sure. Definitely went through what he called electric lightning. The clouds were, flashing. He went through like a wormhole or a black hole or something. Time warp. All these things are so strange. How do some people get through it and get back? How do people just go disappearing and don't come back? And where do they go? Are they, like we said in the beginning of this, off somewhere else? Did they get on the ship and they just didn't get let off? Like Travis Walton or Betty and Barney, or the two guys sitting on the dock fishing knocked one guy batshit crazy. No offense, but come on, right? So anyway, those are my questions. I have no answers. Maybe you do. As far as the whiskey ball recipe, let's put them up there. Let's trade Christmas cookie. Why not? Let's celebrate. Cookie recipes, we're going to do that again. If you want to make them, whatever your craft, whatever your thing. I say celebrate. Be you. Celebrate. Put some good out in the world. I don't care if it's leaving cookies on your neighbor's doorstep or lard candles, or send your kids over there to cut the lawn for free or something. Whatever you do, you. But the more you do that's good from a good place, the more light goes out into the world. The more light that goes out into the world, the faster we're going to get through this dark patch, right? I say I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely beside myself. I'm outside of my own skin because, look, I saw a country saved. And if you can't see that, I apologize for whatever's going on in your frontal lobe. But listen, somebody gave you a lobotomy. You need to go back, research, and get right with it, because come on now. It's pretty simple. Everybody's on the same ship. There's people literally taking, hammering holes in the ship while you're on it, and you see them doing it, and you say, no, stop it. And they go, no, we're going to do it faster, and we're going to do more of it. And everybody looking at that knows it's wrong, and they're just trying not to turn into them, but still get it fixed. And they find a way to get it fixed, and they say, listen, it's okay. We've saved you too. You don't drown and die a horrible screaming death along with everybody else. You get to be saved as well. So that's okay if you don't want to participate. Just stand there and breathe until you find your place in continuing to let the ship that you're fucking riding in float. And let's see if we can calm the seas down a little bit so we can all have a better ride. Just my opinion. Allegedly. Supposedly. Could be a rumor. But I hear dark has no chance against light. I think we just showed it. Can you hear us now? In light of all that, I have a surprise for you. I am going to show you a movie. I'm going to go lay down and be in the chat with you. If you would like to stay, please do. If you'd like to save it for later, please do. This scared the absolute living out of me when I was a kid, mostly because of this actress. I believe every word of it. and not just because of the actors and the way it was written. I don't know how close to actual word for word fact it was. It was made in 1975. We've learned many things about it since then. But if you go back and you take it in as, at this point in time, this is how we knew the story. This is what was being shown to us. It was powerful. And if you were sitting in your living room with a bowl of popcorn and, whatever, and watching it on the big Zenith, and you got a hold of that TV and you were able to watch that, it scared you to death, because two people just riding in a car, and all of a sudden a light. How many times we heard the story? In this case, they knew something was up, and there was so much psychological entanglement going on between the two of them, and their memory giving them pieces, and they're each getting pieces, and they're trying to sort it, and they're mentioning little things like, my shoes were scuffed. And they're just thinking about it, go, how could your shoes be scuffed? We were just sitting in the car, and then, just really tore up. Back then, men took care of their shoes, and they were shined, just crazy little things. Anyway, it scared the hell out of me. I hope it scares the hell out of you. It's available free, and I'm going to put it on as soon as we're done. But before we leave, please hit the like. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Push the button. It's free. Just hit the button, and you can unsubscribe later if you like. We like to tell you the truth here, and I'm not going to lie to you if I know it. And if I do by accident, I usually come back and go, guess what? Oh, Bri, thank you so much. You're so sweet. You're so good to us. Blessings for all. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Goes right to the show, supporting the show. Thank you, my brother. And thank you so much, sweetheart. Everything has gone up, but I have a feeling everything's going to go. Things that should go up are going to go up, and things that should go down will go down. Wait for it. So there you go. I don't know what you guys are saying here, because all those lights got messed up. I can't see the chat as well. Betty Davis. Who's got Betty Davis eyes? Go back to the big city. Oh, for goodness sake. No kidding. Back in New York City. It's a shithole. It's a shithole. Scares. Oh, yep. Betty Davis. So many things, but whatever happened to Baby Jane was probably the one that got under my skin the most. That scared the hell out of me. She was absolutely horrible. I can't imagine being in that, somebody taking care of you and you being trapped like that. You can't get out. And because of that movie, I used to think as a kid, if I was locked in the closet, how would I get out? If I was in here, how would I get out? There was never a place that I wouldn't look, and it's things like that. When the TV raises you as a kid in a kind of way, you like, I watched MacGyver. Don't think I didn't pick up some stuff. You know what I mean? That's what you did. But I don't know why that didn't load. That's from before. All right, guys. So the movie in just a second, but I have something else I want to share with you. So listen, if you got a weak stomach, and if you had let's just do it this way. If your week was bad last week, you probably want to click out now, because I'm going to put something up that I think is just so cool. And listen, the people that I hang with, the people that there's some hard warriors out there, man. I just love them. I just love them to death. And that's where I feel the most comfortable. Just take that for what you will. So anyway, you throw a lot of theories and a lot of ideas out there, and it really keeps you primed for, this is stuff that really matters. Honest to God, if you're on a ship, you should be interested in how it's being set, who's steering that sumbitch. You know what I mean? So anyway, these people, and some of them are so talented, and some of them, these people can meme like nobody else can. So because it's my show, and because I have a platform, and because I can, and because I'm American, I'm playing it again. And then I have another one. So again, if you're squeamish, if you had a bad week last week, good night. You should go now. And I love you. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Just, float with us for a while, sit down and chill, work on you, try to find a craft or something, maybe go to school, go back to school, learn something, get a trade. I hear blue collar is very, very popular right now, to go with that degree that's hanging on the wall. So again, love you, mean it. But you probably want to cut out right now because the rest of us are going to be unburdened from what has been. Just for a minute. I have to. So if you didn't get to see this in the beginning, Bri, I don't know if you got to see this. If you didn't, honey, this one's for you. And trust me, it's not a bud. But I'm playing this, and then I've got another one for your heart, for my hardcore warriors out there that have an open mind and they think, man, you know what? I bet you something like that went down. So stick around for that. Stick around for the movie. Isn't this fun? Here we go. I love this so much. I love this so much. We're such bad memers. I mean, in a badass kind of way. Yeah.
Welcome to the final presidential race at the Downs. They're at the gate, and they're off. Jumping out in the lead is Joe has dementia, and no, he doesn't, with shocking reality close behind. It's Joe has dementia and shocking reality. And now here comes a disastrous debate. A disastrous debate falls back as Kamala takes the reins. The honeymoon falls off quickly as word salad and cackling hyena move into position. And here comes nasty attitude, followed by no children and drinking heavily. Coming down the back stretch. Drinking heavily, moving ahead of word salad, but coming on the inside is bumbling interviews. It's bumbling interviews followed by I grew up in a middle-class family, nasty attitude, and I love Venn diagrams. A wide open border challenging for second going into the clubhouse turn. Passing on the rail is fake black accent, followed by I grew up in a middle-class family, fake Latin accent, and my husband slaps me.
I make collard greens in a tub.
Turn word salad in the lead, but here comes unburdened by what has been.
Amen, brother.
Stronger and
Woo!
Disappointed. Barry are neck and neck, and
Can you
down
hear
the
us
stretch
now?
they come. I did the prize is pulling away from I did the Willie Brown by a length, but coming in strong is Cut the Interview. Cut the Interview is passing awkward cringe. And I grew up in a middle-class family, and at the wire, it's nasty attitude. Word salad, a campaign in shambles, and at least I ain't Donald Trump.
Hallelujah, baby. I know. Honey, I'm so unburdened. Okay, now I gotta share this. Wait a minute. I gotta share this. Okay, here comes another one. Now this takes you in different. This is a whole nother dark hallway now. Ready? Seatbelts. They're not required, but do you? All right. Think about it. Some version. Oh, wait a minute. It's the wrong one again. Where'd it go? Sometimes they hide. That's not it. Where is it? Hold on a minute. Let me pull it up. Yep. This is it. Okay. Go back. Push that button. Should be right. Yep. Here we go. Now, open mind. I'm not saying this is exactly what went down, but I think something like this. Exercise different theories. This is good.
Tough break for Cammy, huh?
You just started a war.
No, I just finished one.
I am going to do everything in my power to end you.
Listen here, I've been around a lot longer than you.
Yeah, no shit.
You never understood how this really works. You were always a good soldier for them, but not me. I didn't get plucked out of nowhere like you did. I spent 40 years hiding skeletons for those fucks.
I knew you were fucking stupid, but this is insane. You really don't know the enemies you just made. We are going to erase you from history.
Oh, like I give a fuck, I've made my bed. I'll lay in it. I know my family is protected. How about yours? How long do you think before investigations start? How long do you think you'll stay useful to them? Besides, give yourself some credit. You were the one that dared him to run, but now I gave him the Oval Office. How about you?
Joe, what the fuck did you do?
I don't remember. I'm just a crazy old man, right?
Did you make a deal with him?
Like I said, my family's protected. Hold on, I got someone who wants to talk to you.
Hello, Barry. It's been quite a long time, hasn't it?
This isn't fucking over.
I'm not an idiot, Barry. I just play one on TV.
No, Lulu, no, it's all AI. But here's the deal. That little theory has been kicking around for a while. Is any part of that true? I can't tell you that. Does the theory fit into other theories that I do believe? Yes, it does. Listen, there's a lot of stuff that goes around behind the thing. It's not to say that it wasn't true. I want you to go back and I want you to look up the map, and I want you to get the city map where it goes down to towns, cities, counties. And I want you to look. It's a mandate. And a mandate means that the people said, fix this ship. We don't want to go down with the ship. We haven't jumped off of it. We're willing to fight. We're willing to work on it. We're willing to help you fix it. But we needed a good crew in there to steer it right. We got our eye on the crew. Did this go in? Let me tell you something. There's so much dirt, so much corruption, so much shit. And I've been looking for 35 years into this. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. It's coming to light. Get your whiskey balls, get your popcorn, get your cookie recipes, celebrate the light. And listen, folks, we said it during Liberty. If it was happening now, where would you be in history? What would history write about you? What are you doing? Keep the lights on. Be good humans. And anything you want to add to that puts into fixing this shit, because that kind of stuff is going on. Think about it. Here we go. It's going to be a good Christmas season, I think. Keep your hard hats on. Watch 6. Remember all the stuff I told you. Keep your eyes open. We got ourselves some hope. All right. That's that. I promised you a movie. Tonight's movie, and I will be in the chat with you. I know it's going to run on, so you can cut it off here if you don't want to see the movie, whatever you want to do. But I want to provide this for you guys because I'm telling you it's good. The way they did it, when you're first coming into it, you're coming into the couple and how they were and how they talk to each other, and the fact that they're going in and out of dreams because they're getting pieces of memory. And they're both getting pieces of memory about the same experience. And they're sharing it with each other in these little ways of how they communicate. It's crazy the way they do it. But if you listen to the tapes of them and what they went through when they were hypnotized, and afterwards that, the memory started coming to the front. It was really crazy watching this without knowing anything else about. If you hadn't read the book, this movie would have really messed you up, and it's kind of still did. So here we go. Surprise, surprise. This is 1975's the UFO incident, the story we've been talking about tonight. Why won't it play? Come on, buddy. Why aren't you playing? 1 second, guys. There we go.
The following story is based on the records of the United States Air Force, the files of the Hayden Planetarium, and the actual transcripts of the tapes made by Betty and Barney Hill under hypnosis by Dr. Benjamin Simon. The purpose? To penetrate an extraordinary case of double amnesia, precipitated by their claimed sighting of a UFO in 1961.
We know it was Route 3. I mean, off Route 3, and we've been on every single
side road, dirt road, dead end, and there's no road. There's
Betty and Barney Hill.
no clearing, nothing.
Of course there is. We just haven't found it.
I'll be in the chat, everybody. Good night. I love you.
Left or right?
I don't know. Let's try right.
I saw the thing. I knew I saw the thing. But if my best friend told me he'd seen it, I'd say he was crazy.
Barney, there have been UFO sightings all over New Hampshire. Are you saying they're all nuts, all those people?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. And it's crazy to keep coming back here. It's like a compulsion, like some of those people you deal with at work. Compulsive gamblers, compulsive wife beaters.
What does that make us? Compulsive travelers? What's so bad about that?
Because we only travel to Indian Head. We only travel Route 3, looking for a road that doesn't exist. How many times have we been back here, Betty? 7, 8 times. You always end up exhausted and fighting each other. I don't want to fight with you, Betty.
Let's not come back. Let's just decide not to come back again. Ever. But we will, you know.
You know.
Oh, it's funny how we do that. Say the same thing at the same time.
Just a little tolerance, that's all I ask.
Hey, let me out! Dog, let me out! No, don't stop! Keep going, Barney! No, don't stop! Keep going! Come on, let's go get him! I saw the moon sitting on the ground.
That was a dream, Betty.
The men in the road, I saw the men in the road. And then I saw the moon sitting on the ground.
Dreams are dreams and reality is reality. We almost smashed up this car because you had a dream.
Don't do that, Barney. Please. Don't shut me out. Talk to me. Tell me what you feel.
I feel that your dreams are dreams and that reality.
Is that reality? Is every dumb kid in a leather jacket out to harm you?
What are you talking about? I wasn't scared, you were.
Oh, don't do that, Barney. You were too. I saw your face before. And just now.
I was brought up to be careful, remember? It's like an old, scratched, broken record playing inside of me. Be careful, kid, or they'll kill you.
Marrying me wasn't being very careful, was it?
I loved you so much, I forgot to be careful. First time in my life, throughout careful.
Barney, What are we going to do?
How do I know this thing happened? How do I know I wasn't just seeing things? I'm in this terrible position where I know it happened, but I can't get myself to believe it. And it's bugging me so much that my ulcers are kicking up again. Just when they were getting better. It's worse than that. I'm trying to minimize. I was out of work for 6 months on disability. The doctor said I was suffering from the complete physical exhaustion, anxiety. And Betty was having those nightmares, sudden fears out of nowhere. Things that are really not like Betty. She's so calm.
And it's been almost 2 years since the experience?
Yes. I keep trying to remember what happened, where we were. There's a whole area that's lost, 36 miles in there, between the time we saw the UFO or whatever and when we heard the beeps.
Now, Concord's about where you heard the beeps.
There's a beeping sound. Is there something shifting in the car?
I don't know.
Uh-oh. Do you think that thing is back again?
How strange.
Wait a minute. I wonder if I can make the car do that myself.
It was at this moment, beeping, when your memory returned. It's a time previous to this that you can't remember.
Yes, Dr. Simon, that's right.
I see.
We go back there. Weekends, holidays, whenever we get a chance. We were just there a couple of days ago.
To Indian Head, you mean?
Yes, trying to find... sort of woke up from a daze and saw the sign, Concord 17 miles.
Suddenly, Concord. It was so strange.
Barney and Betty Hill began general history of their anxiety problems and amnesia, highlighted by their claimed sighting of a UFO at Indian Head 2 years ago. The Hills' clearest memory is their return home from the UFO sighting experience. Treatment is to be centered on their anxiety reaction with their apparent amnesia. Unidentified flying object, secondary matter. Major job is to determine treatment of patients in overcoming this unique case of double amnesia, most probably by means of hypnosis. Barney Hill, 39, works for the post office, is distinguished member of NAACP, and active in community affairs, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Well-read, educated, IQ of 140. Previously married, 2 children. Suffers deep guilt about leaving marriage and children, but sees them as often as he can. Also suffers from childhood of racial strife. Betty Hill, 42, comes from an old New Hampshire family dating back to 1629. Previously married, 13 years, 2 adopted children, now grown. Returned to university after divorce, received degree, presently works as welfare worker for the state of New Hampshire. He has a background of security in both upbringing and heritage.
Barney, Barney, did you take the clothes in the house?
What?
The clothes, did you bring them in?
No, I was too tired. I'll bring all that stuff in tomorrow.
I don't want you to bring the clothes in the house.
About the clock, you said you glanced up at the clock as you were undressing. Did you see the time?
I saw that it was 5 after 5. Didn't register. I don't think Barney realized it either. Neither one of us realized till months later that it was that late. Wasn't that strange, Barney? Whatever it was.
Tops of my shoes are scuffed.
What?
Tops of my shoes are scuffed.
I don't understand. How could that be?
I don't know.
Now, Mr. Hill, when you woke up the next morning, did you experience any particular discomfort on your groin?
No. It was there. I could just had a feeling. But there was no pain or anything.
Well, how much later was it that the warts appeared?
Oh, 2 months, I guess, before they actually appeared. Before I actually saw them. 'Cause I had a feeling before they actually appeared.
So he went to the doctor and he diagnosed it, and by means of electrolysis, he was able to get rid of them.
Yes, sir.
And you haven't been in trouble with them since?
No, I haven't.
I see. Please continue.
Betty, I don't want to talk to anybody about last night, all right?
All right. Guess.
If you want to talk about it, we can just talk about it to ourselves.
But we can't just not talk about it, you know.
I know that. I want to talk about it to you. I don't like feeling alone with this thing.
You're not alone with it, love. How could you be? And we wondered about it, and we talked about it, and then I asked Barney if he thought we could draw what we saw. And he didn't want to do that.
But Betty found a way to talk me into it.
Well, I'm good at that. And then when the drawings were identical, well, Barney thought they were only similar. I wanted to call my sister, and Barney didn't want me to do that. He got angry. And then when she wanted me to check for radiation, Barney got really upset. Where's the compass? Where's the compass?
I don't know what you're talking about, Betty.
The compass, where's the compass?
I don't know where it is. How am I supposed to know where the compass is?
Come on, Barney, you're a big help.
It's in the drawer where it always is. Why don't you look before you ask? It's always there in the same place. Betty, listen. I think you're getting too excited about all this, and I think you better calm down. I think we just better forget about all this.
Barney, would you please come outside and look at the back of the car and see what happens to this compass? Janet says a compass works like a Geiger counter. And if the car has any radiation...
Oh, Betty, it's all so ridiculous. A car is made out of metal, and any metal would attract a compass.
The compass just went crazy. Near the trunk, the spare tire. Not near the battery, or where you'd expect it to. And there were these strange, shiny spots on the back of the car. I finally got Barney to come out and look at them.
I figured if I humored her and looked, she'd calm down.
Did the spots stay on the car?
No, they disappeared.
They didn't disappear. At least not right away. What happened is that when I had the car washed, they stayed.
All right. Now, let's go on.
Janet, it went crazy. Yes, the compass. There are strange spots on the back of the car. Couldn't call anybody. They laugh at me. No, I'd be embarrassed. And Barnie and I decided not to tell anyone. Not anyone else.
Were you able to deal with that, to live with that?
Yes. Well, yes and no. You see, so much of our life was so happy. We'd only been married about a year. And so many things were new. Especially for Barney.
Why especially for Barney?
Well, the only change in my life was that I was married. To Barney, I lived in the house where I'd lived for years. I had the same job and the same friends. But for Barney, everything was different. He lived in Philadelphia in what was really an all-black society. And here in Portsmouth, it's pretty much an all-white society. It wasn't just a new marriage for Barney. It was a whole new life, new friends. Barney makes friends so easily. Our best friends then were Jack and Lisa McCraney. Jack's a lieutenant colonel at the Pease Air Force Base, and he and Barney just hit it off. I knew Barney wanted to tell Jack about what we saw. He kept putting it off.
But I finally came out with it. The sighting, if it was a sighting, was still gnawing away at me.
The sighting itself?
No. Whether or not there was a sighting, and whether or not I was, we were seeing things. And Jack just confirmed my suspicion. He said in so many words that anyone that said they saw a UFO was nuts.
And that only made things worse, you know. They were our best friends. They were around all the time. We could talk to them about anything at all, except UFOs. That subject was just plain taboo. And those terrible dreams were starting.
Had you told Barney about your dreams yet?
I'd mentioned them. He had so little time. Barney was working nights in Boston. 60-mile drive back and forth. We were, except for weekends, we were sort of passing in the hallway. It's the moon, you idiot. What are you barking at the moon for?
Yeah, well, I imagine they were long nights for you. Hard on you.
Very long. I keep saying this, though, you know, that we were having so much fun. Barney had joined the Toastmasters because he thought he couldn't speak in public. And he found out he could. Then he found out he could make people laugh. The house was filling up with old jokes books and old routines on records. And he'd spring them at the worst possible moments.
Not so fast, Rodriguez.
Barney, just sit down. You'll be late.
Bossy little thing, isn't she? You never knew she was the oldest of 5 children. Just grew up bossing everybody.
Do me a favor, Barney. Wouldn't you really like to sit down?
Call off your dog, Bossy.
Yeah, just like that, it would change. Everything would get terrible. Like that night, Jack and Lisa were having their problems. Lisa knew we thought we had seen something.
Somehow we got onto buried Goldwater. Goodness only knows how we got onto buried Goldwater. I heard myself saying, you know, the trouble with you white people,
Don't call me you white people. Don't ever call me you white people. You can say those white people, but don't include me, Barney Hill. I'm not white, I'm human.
Well, I didn't ever say that again.
No, you didn't. And then they were getting ready to leave Barney, too, because he had to be at the post office by 9. And when they all were saying goodnight, you could have cut the tension with a hatchet.
My fellow citizens, let no one doubt that this is a difficult and dangerous effort on which we have set out. The path we have chosen for the present is full of hazard, but it is the one most consistent with our character and courage as a nation and our commitments around the world.
And then Barney came back. He said he was going to call in sick. He was so worried, and he was just lying there with this white cloth over his face to help his headache. Better?
Not much.
Barney, I want to ask you something. I can't, not with that thing over your eyes.
It was your idea.
This probably isn't the time, anyway. But I really wanted to ask you.
Listen, Betty, I was just listening to the news.
Barney, I said I wanted to ask you something.
This is important, Betty, really important. If they actually do start shooting missiles,
Who? Nobody's going to start shooting missiles, Barney.
if they do, and we're not together, if I'm at work and can't get here, now listen to me. What I want you to do is make your way to your mother's house. Now manage to get there. Is that clear?
Yes. Yes, sure.
Good.
Barney, what I wanted to ask you before was how come we can talk about this UFO business together and wonder what it was together? But with Janet, with Jack, it was a plane, period.
With you, I can look like a fool. But with my friends, I can't afford to look like a fool.
I got to hate that washcloth. More and more, he'd just lie there with it over his face.
Just kept calling in sick. Well, I was sick. The ulcers, the headaches, and I was worrying. I mean, I've always been a worrier, but this is really getting out of proportion. Worrying about things that I didn't have any control over. I really thought we were going to be attacked.
By whom?
I don't know. Well, I thought Russia, but I don't know.
And were the nightmares continuing, Betty?
Yes, on and on. I started writing them down. I'd get up in the middle of the night and write till I was exhausted. I had done that before. When things upset me, I would write them down. It would help.
You still have a copy of those dreams?
Yes, I stuck them away somewhere. You know, that's funny. I'd forgotten I wrote them down.
Because I'd like a copy of them, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure. I'll look for them.
And it was about this time, Barney, that you went to see the doctor, and he suggested that you take a rest, take a sick leave.
Yes, it was about this time. So I just started staying home, trying to relax, work in the garden, read, stuff like that. The kids came more often. You know. I could see them more often. They really liked Betty. I mean, they got along well with her. They really loved her. Because I used to tease her. I told her that it was her cooking they loved. Mainly, I was just lying around and reading UFO books.
Hi.
Hi. What's the matter? You upset?
No, I'm not upset. Why?
You weren't smiling. When you came in, you weren't smiling.
I didn't notice.
I did.
Well, obviously you did, or you wouldn't be uptight about it.
I'm not uptight.
Sorry about that. I'm uptight.
What about?
Well, if I knew. I wouldn't be lying around this house all day, would I? I wouldn't be reading these stupid books. My eyes are full until.
What?
Till I think I'm nuts as they are. When I asked you to marry me, you said you wanted a psychiatric evaluation. But don't laugh, you may have been right.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean that your instincts may have been right. You may have sensed something.
Oh, no, my love. Oh, no, you didn't understand. It wasn't you I questioned, it was me. And I couldn't tell you.
What?
I still can't.
Listen, don't you know by now you can tell me anything?
I'm not pretty.
Who says?
Nobody. It's something I know. Something I've always known. I'm not pretty.
And that's nonsense. And what's it got to do with a psychiatric evaluation of me?
Oh, you don't understand. I was afraid you thought you loved me. You thought I was pretty because I was white.
Hey, that's like me being afraid you didn't love me. You only loved my beautiful black body.
All I do.
Oh, well, there's that too. You're right. You're not pretty. You're beautiful. And I see the whole world, Betty. I see every bit of beauty in the whole world in your face.
No.
I see you, Betty.
I see you. This is the way it should be. This is the way it was. Well, finally I convinced him that we had to report it.
She cried. That's really what did it.
Well, whatever did it, we did call.
I wasn't too impressed with how the Air Force handled it. But when Wayne Webb from the Hayden Planetarium contacted us, then I knew that Betty was right. And we had to tell everything we saw.
No need for you to be concerned. No need for you to be worried. You are deeper and deeper asleep. You are deep asleep. You will remember everything, and you will tell me everything. It is now September 19th, 1961. You will remember everything, and it won't trouble you. Your memory is sharp now. I want you to go back to the time of your vacation in Montreal, beginning with the time you left your hotel in Montreal.
Yes.
I want you to tell me in full detail all your experiences, all your thoughts, all your feelings, beginning from the time you left your hotel. Were you in Montreal?
It was approximately 112 miles from Montreal. We were driving from Niagara Falls through Canada.
Well, just go on. Tell me about your arrival there.
The thoughts that were going through my mind was that would they accept me at the motel, because would they say they were filled up? And I was wondering if they were doing this because I was prejudiced.
Because you're prejudiced?
Because they were prejudiced.
You run into this a lot, I take it.
I have not actually run into being denied accommodation yet.
You mean you worry about it?
But I know that this does happen, and I am concerned.
Did you tell your wife about your concern? Does she share it?
I express it, but she does not share my concern in this matter.
Very well. Go on.
We are riding around, and I'm lost. And I'm concerned about the toll gate customs.
Why?
I have a gun in the trunk of the car, a .32 pistol, and it is hidden in the well of the trunk of the car with the trunk mat over it. And I'm thinking, why did I do this? Why did I bring this gun along? And I know it is all my fears, that I believe the hostility of white people, particularly when there is an interracial couple.
Yes, well, go on. Your memory is sharp. Where are you now?
Now we're in the country part of New Hampshire on Route 3, and I'm thinking, I've got to get a hold of myself and not expect hostility when it was no hostility there. And I look up through the windshield. I look up through the windshield of the car where Betty saw a star. Oh, that's funny. But I said, Betty, that is not a star, it's a satellite. Come on, Dulcie, let's get up. Hurry up, Betty, so I can see. It's not a satellite, it's a plane.
Barney, what kind of a plane is that?
What kind of plane was it?
It is right over my right, and it does not go where I thought it would go.
Barney, I'm asking you a question. What kind of a plane is that?
Oh, that's funny. It was funny. They're coming around toward us. They're changing course. Just a Piper Cub.
Barney, it's not a Piper Cub.
You saw a small plane.
Barney, that's not a plane. It's still following you. Barney, where are you going?
I just want to see it.
Still there. It's coming closer.
It is not. It is not coming closer. Just way up there. Betty, what are you trying to make me believe?
All right. We'll stop here for now. Just relax. Be comfortable. Until you hear me speak again, you won't hear any sound here. Just rest and be comfortable. All right, you may proceed now.
And I am wondering, why doesn't it go away?
Do you still think it was a small plane?
And I'm wondering why these pilots, why they shouldn't do that. They shouldn't do that. And I can't hear any noise. And I think this is ridiculous. I can't hear any sound. And I want to get back in the car and get out of there. I gotta get out of there. And it is still coming around towards us. And I look up and down the road and I think how dark it is. And I think, what if a bear were to come out? And Betty is looking, I think she said, and I'm mad with her. I think Betty is trying to make me believe this is a flying saucer. And I am wondering, why doesn't it go away? I want to wake up.
You won't wake up. You're in a deep sleep. You can go on.
It's right over my right. What is it? I gotta get out of here.
This won't trouble you. Go on. You're remembering everything now.
And I try to maintain control so Betty cannot tell that I am scared. Oh, I'm so scared.
Go on. This won't hurt you. Experience it. It won't harm you now.
I gotta get my gun! I gotta get my gun! I gotta get out of here! I gotta get my gun! I gotta get my gun!
Nothing can harm you here. You're in a deep sleep. You can remember nothing. Now calm yourself. Calm yourself. Here, come on. Come on back. And sit down. All right. You can wake up now. You can remember everything. Just go on remembering. There's no need for you to cry out. You're calm now. You still feel you have to get your gun?
Yes,
It meant to harm you, you felt?
yes. And I open the trunk and I take it out and I put it in my coat. And I look and I say, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'll shoot it down. And I run out across the road. And there it is, up there. A man is captain? What is he? And he's looking at me, and I say, no, I have to shake my head. This isn't true. This can't be true. And it's still there. And I look up and down the road, and I think, can't somebody come along and tell me that this isn't there? It's there.
Are you sure it's there?
Yeah.
You're not having a dream.
And I touch my right arm. It's not my right, it's my left arm. And it's there. If I let my binoculars fall and dangle, maybe it won't be there. But it's there. Why? What do they want? What do they want? And this one person looks friendly to me. He's friendly looking. And he's looking over his right shoulder at me, and he's smiling, and he's friendly. But the other one, with the evil face, he looks like a Nazi. He's a Nazi.
Did he have on a uniform?
Yes.
Did they have faces like other people?
His eyes are slanted. Oh. His eyes are slanted. Oh. I feel like a rabbit.
What do you mean by that?
When I was hunting for rabbits in Virginia, this cute little bunny went into a bush that wasn't very thick, and my cousin Marge was on one side of the bush, and I was on the other with a hat, and this poor little bunny thought he was safe, and it tickled me because he was just hiding behind this little stalk that meant security for him. And I pounced on him and threw my hat on him and captured the poor little bunny that thought he was safe. Isn't that funny? I thought of that standing out there in the field. I'm that bunny. I'm gonna be pounced on. I'm that bunny. This creature is trying to tell me something. I can see it in his face.
Are its lips moving?
No. His lips aren't moving. But he's looking at me and he's saying to me, don't be afraid.
Did you hear him tell you this?
No.
You felt he said it?
I know. And he said, just stay there, he said. And he's telling me not to pull the binoculars away from my eyes. And oh, God, give me strength. I'll fight it off. I'm not afraid. And I run out across the road, and there it is up there. Oh, those eyes. Oh, can I please wake up?
Just a little longer. You'll get through this, all right.
I don't understand. The eyes don't have no body. They're just eyes. Oh, that's what it's got to be. It's a wildcat up a tree. Oh, that's what it's got to be. Oh, I know. It's the Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland. It disappeared too, and only the eyes remain. Oh.
You don't seem to be frightened anymore.
No, they're not gonna do anything bad. Just floating about. I'm not Bunny. I've been captured, but just floating about. It's so ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, really funny. I wonder where they come from. They're not gonna do me any harm. I wish I could go with them. Oh, what an experience to go to some distant planet. Maybe this will prove the existence of God. Isn't that funny? To look for the existence of God on some other planet.
I don't know if he was laughing or crying, but he said to me they were going to capture us.
They're gonna capture us. We gotta get out of here. Look out! Look out! You can see them. They're right overhead. They're right looking over our car.
They're out there. I don't see anything. It's all black. I don't see them.
What's that? What's that noise?
I don't know.
Now, just a moment. This was the first series of beeps. When your amnesia begins.
I don't want to.
There is the second series of beeps when your memory returned.
I don't know.
Well, you will remember clearly.
My mind's blank. I almost remember.
You can remember.
Oh, I get this point. I can't get beyond those beeping.
You can get beyond it. It's all right. You've never remembered it before. This is the 2 hours you could never remember until now. Because you're there now. It's all right. Go on. Remember. No need to be upset.
I'm not supposed to.
Not supposed to? Who told you you're not supposed to?
They did.
All right. You're calm. Calm.
We're driving along. I don't know where we are. I don't even know how we got here. Barney and I, we were driving. I don't know how long. I don't know how long. We haven't even been talking. I'm just sitting there, feeling that something's going to happen. No, I'm not really too afraid. Except now I am. That time I didn't feel afraid.
Why are you crying if you're not afraid?
I'm afraid now, but then I wasn't. I don't I wasn't afraid. I was afraid. I was afraid when I saw the man in the road.
The man in the road?
I've never been so afraid in my life before.
Tell me about the men in the road. It's all right. You're safe here. Tell me about the men in the road. Betty, don't fall asleep. I want you to stay awake so you can remember. Tell me about the men in the road.
I wasn't too afraid of the men. When I saw them, they were standing there. I thought, oh, well, you know, they're not so awful. I don't know, I wasn't too afraid when I saw them. They were just, no, I couldn't get a good look at them. Maybe their car's broken down. What are they doing here? And then they started coming to us. And then when they did that, I got really scared. And Barnie tried to stop the car. And when this...
What was that? I didn't hear that.
I thought I could just get my hand on the door of the car and open it. I can run into the woods and hide. And Barney is yelling. They're going to capture us. They're going to capture us. They're coming closer. Oh, my. Oh. I just put my hand out. I put my hand on the door of the car. And I'm going to open it. And they open it for me. They open the car door. This man. There's two men behind us. There's 1, 2, 3 men. And there's 1, 2 more men behind them.
All right. You'll stop there now. You'll be relieved and relaxed. When you wake up, you won't remember anything that's transpired here. Won't remember anything until I ask you to recall. All right. You'll be comfortable and relaxed and at ease.
Oh, the beautiful people. Don't do that. The Kennedys don't giggle.
What about?
You got no class, girl. Don't give me that talk about your Mayflower ancestors. Now, how could I go and marry a girl with no class? No, Betty, no. Not that, no, Betty, not that, no, anything but that, no.
Serves you right. No class. You're really feeling good, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Just minutes. I really feel good. I come out of those sessions, it's like a weight lifted. And I don't know what the weight is, but something's working. Because there are these minutes before it all comes creeping back again.
With me, it's a day or so. And then I can't wait for the end of the week to get back in there.
Like today, At lunch, I felt so cool I had an onion with my hamburger.
Barney, you know we said we wouldn't eat onions unless we both had.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. I'll get you one.
What?
I'll get you an onion.
Oh, I don't want an onion, you lunatic.
It's really strange, isn't it?
It really is.
So amazed. So curious. Just dying to find out what's going on in there.
So am I.
It's amazing. I didn't think I could be hypnotized. It's so unlike me. Just have to be in control all the time. But hey, I walk in there and bang! I guess I trust him. Me, Barney Hill, trusting somebody.
Except me.
In him. Yeah, it's funny. I trusted him right away.
So did I.
Oh, yeah, but you're used to trusting people. You know me. I'm not paranoid. It's just the whole world is out to get me. Especially boys with ducktail haircuts and old ladies.
The ladies. What, are you kidding?
Yeah, sort of. No, not really. My earliest memory, except that I don't think it was really a memory, just my mother told the story so much that I feel I remembered it. I was just a baby, 6 months, 9 months. And we moved into an all-white neighborhood in Philadelphia. And my mother put me out on the porch in a carriage. She came out just in time to see an old lady sneaking across the porch with a pot of boiling water, and she was going to dump it on me.
Oh, Barney.
You're not crazy. Well, I don't know. Maybe it didn't really happen, but I grew up on stuff like that. All those summers in Virginia. I remember my uncle and all the men on the farm sitting up on the porch all night with the loaded guns. All night because they were coming. They said they were coming, but they didn't come.
I know. No, I don't know. Well, there's no way I could ever know, is there?
No, thank God.
My fears? You know, it's odd. My fears aren't ever of the real. No, it's what I don't know. The unknown. Death. Lost time and... really, the unknown.
It's not that frightens me. It's not being in control. The idea of not being in control. You promise me something? If I get a stroke, something like that paralyzes me so I can't, would you put a pillow over my face?
That's not fair, Barney. Barney, that's not fair to ask me a thing like that now, to ask me to promise.
All right, don't promise now, but if, just decide then, knowing.
Okay, I'll decide then, when you're 102.
It runs in the family, you know, strokes. And I truly am scared. I would have told you about that and asked you about that before, but I didn't want to frighten you. Would you be all right?
No. No, I wouldn't be all right.
Oh, baby, don't cry. Didn't mean to make you cry.
Yes, you did. You did. Everything was just fine. We were laughing. We were fine. You had to spoil it. You had to.
I'm sorry.
know. I know, so am I. Oh, we're always sorry. We keep right on doing it. And we're sorry. Why? Oh, will we ever know why?
Go on, Betty. It's all right. You can go on now.
I don't know what happened.
You can remember everything now. What did these men look like? Did you see their faces?
No.
How were they dressed? Did they have on a uniform or ordinary clothes?
I couldn't say. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm not supposed to remember.
All right. Your memory is sharp now. You needn't worry. You can remember everything. Now tell me what happened. What are you thinking now?
I'm thinking I'm asleep.
Asleep in the car?
I'm asleep and I've got to wake up. I don't want to be asleep. I keep trying to wake up. And then I open my eyes. I'm walking through the woods. I open my eyes quick and I shut them again.
And Barney is behind you?
There's a couple of men behind me, and then there's Barney. There's a man on each side of him. And my eyes are open, but Barney's still asleep. He's walking and he's asleep. And then I begin to get mad. And I said to myself, who the heck are these characters and what do they think they're doing? And I turn around and I say, Barney, wake up. Barney, why don't you wake up? And I'm getting really annoyed at Barney. And I say, Barney, wake up. Is Barney his name? And I wouldn't answer. And then the leader, there's no reason to be afraid. We just want to do some tests. And then when the tests are over, we'll take you and Barney back to your car. You'll be on your way back home in no time. And then come to a clearing. And there was, I wish it were light so I could get a better picture of it. There's a ramp to the door. The object is on the ground. The moon sitting on the ground.
The object was on the ground?
I think that's the same one I saw in the sky. And I thought it was the moon. We go inside, and there's a corridor to the left. In the corridor, there's a room. People spoke English in the room. And then another man comes in. I haven't seen him before. I think he's the doctor. And they both look through this machine here and here.
What do you think they were doing?
I have an idea. They're taking a picture of my skin. They're doing all kinds of things. And then they took something like a letter opener, only it wasn't. And they scraped my arm here. And then they put the little skin scraping in a piece of cellophane or plastic, something. And then they feel my hair, back of my neck, and take a couple of strands and pull it out. And the examiner tells me to take my dress off before I even have a chance to stand up to do it.
Your dress has a zipper down the back?
Yes, it zips down the back. The examiner unzips it and flips my dress off. And they're talking. I don't know what they're saying. I couldn't understand that part. I want to do some tests. I want to test your nervous system. I don't know how our nervous systems are, but I hope we never have nerve enough to go kidnapping people off the highways as you've done. I'm lying on the table. I don't know what they're doing, but they seem so happy with whatever it is they're doing. And they touch me with a needle. Doesn't hurt. It's something like a TV screen. And then they turn me on my stomach and then back over on my back. And I see the doctor has a long needle in his hand.
Go on. Go on, it's all right.
What are you going to do with that? And he tells me that it won't hurt. He just wants to put it in my navel. It's just a simple test. Stop! It's hurting! It's hurting! Take it out! And the later comes, he rubs his hands over my eyes and says it will be all right. I won't feel anything. The pain's gone away. Still sore when that needle in. I don't know why they did that, because I told them they shouldn't do it.
Did they make any sexual advances to you?
No. I asked the leader, I said, why did you put that needle in my navel? And he said, it was a pregnancy test. And I said, I don't know what you expected, but there was no pregnancy test here.
When you had all of these experiences with your dreams, why would you have dreamed all these things? The dreams were the same as the experiences that you felt you had.
I figured that in my dreams I remembered what actually happened.
Did these men speak to you?
Only the one I thought was the leader.
What kind of language did he use?
He did not speak a word. I was told what to do by his thoughts. And I was always aware that somehow there was something peculiar, which is the absence of a mouth.
There seem to be indications that a great deal of the experience was absorbed by Barney Hill from Betty, in spite of his insistence that this was his own. And there are definite indications that her dreams had been suggested as a reality. The implications are self-evident. Go on, it's all right.
And so then I asked him where he was from. And he asked me if I knew anything about the universe. And I told him, no, I knew almost nothing. But don't judge this country by me. There are people who do know all about the stars. And there was this one big circle, and it had a lot of lines coming out from it. And then to another circle, quite close, but not as big.
You think you could draw the map?
Yes, I think so. He said these were places they went to occasionally, and the broken lines were expeditions. And I asked him again where his home port was, and he said, where are you on the map? And I looked, I laughed, and I said, I don't know. And he said, if you don't know where you are, there isn't any point of my telling where I'm from.
Or did they actually speak English?
I've been telling myself I heard them in English. with an accent, but I don't know.
Could it have been thought transference?
No. I knew what they were saying, and they knew what I was saying, but if it... I knew what they were thinking. I knew what they were thinking. And I said, you promised I could have the book. And he said, I know it, but the others object. And I said, but this is my proof. And he said, that's the whole point. They don't want you to know what happened. They want you to forget all about it. I won't forget about it. You can take the book, but you can never, never, never make me forget. I'll remember if it's the last thing I do.
Why do you think they were examining your skin? You suppose it was because your skin and Barney's skin were of a different color?
I don't know. I think it's because their skin and mine were different.
And I started to get out of my car, and I felt myself supported by two men, and my eyes were closed.
Now, just a minute. Didn't Betty tell you this?
No, Betty never told me this.
But didn't she have dreams of this and talk to you about them?
Betty said that we were inside a UFO in her dreams, not how we got there.
Yes, but didn't she tell you that you were taken inside?
Yes, she did.
Well, then she told you everything that was seen inside. About being stopped by these men?
No, she did not tell me about being stopped by the men. She did not have this in her dreams. I saw this.
General Davidson, please. Jim. Ben. Look, I've got a problem. As I see it, there are four possibilities. One, they're lying. Now, I can discount that because they're honest people, high integrity. Two, there's a case of dual hallucination. It's improbable for reasons I won't go into. And three, the incident was a dream or an illusion. Now, this I intend to explore further.
What makes you think it was a dream?
Well, I didn't say I thought it was a dream. I said I'd explore it further.
You know, I remember you saying exactly the same thing about a young lady in freshman biology, that you thought you were in love with, that you wanted to explore that.
All right. Now, the reason I'm going to explore it further is because a background existed. A sensitized background existed on which a fantasy could be imprinted to be experienced later as a dream.
Now, hold it, Ben, you lost me.
Yeah, well, forget about that. I can't discuss the personal aspects of this. But what I really want to know is the sighting of a UFO probable? More important than that, has there ever been an actual case of an abduction aboard a UFO? Is that possible?
Now, do you want the official Air Force position, or...
Well, I want whatever you can tell me.
All right. The official position is, we don't know.
Now, you think you could take that a step further?
Yeah, but not too much. Because each year, after investigating about 1,500 reports of UFO sightings, we've come up with a 95% explained natural phenomenon.
I mean, balloons and things.
Balloons, weather inversions, kooks, and 5% unexplained. Now, that unexplained is never denied. We just file it under the heading of insufficient data. But Ben, as a friend, I'll tell you, I wonder about that 5%. There are just too many reports. Good people, sound people, and we can't seem to find any answers that make any sense. So as for the sightings, yeah, I really wonder about them. But for an actual abduction, now that I never heard of. And offhand, I'd say that it's extremely unlikely. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I think a sighting is possible. But an abduction? Then I'd have to have an awful lot of proof, an awful lot of facts.
So you're saying that without the facts, you'd consider it highly improbable, even impossible?
Yeah, Ben, that's what I'm saying.
Barney and Betty Hill have hypnotized each of them separately, and each of them separately remembers in general the same experience. I suspect that in this stage of therapy, the sighting of an object, which could possibly be a UFO, triggered an externalized fantasy, a fantasized trauma which the Hills have projected their inner turmoil.
I just had a hysterical thought. What if Dr. Simon were a spaceman?
Oh, Betty, don't be ridiculous.
Neither Barney Hill nor Betty Hill realize that their experience, as described, is almost identical to the long report that she wrote about her dreams.
If he changes his mind and decides not to let us start listening today.
Of course he's gonna let us listen. He said so. Oh, Barney, don't be ridiculous. So he asked me, what are vegetables? I just couldn't explain what vegetables are. And he said, was there one kind I liked? And I said, my favorite was squash. And he said, tell me about squash. So I said, it was yellow usually. And he said, what's yellow? And I started looking around the room. And I couldn't find anything yellow at all.
Now, I want to read something to you. He asked questions. What did vegetables look like? My favorite one, squash. What did it look like? I tried to explain the color of it and looked for some yellow coloring in the room, but could not find any.
It's from my dream. What I wrote down.
Now, I want to explain something to you that you probably know already. The rules that operate for the conscious mind don't operate for the unconscious mind. Things are and are not all at the same time. Now, under hypnosis, what a subject believes determines what is truth to him.
Wait a minute. Would you say that again?
Well, in other words, what comes out under hypnosis, you believe to be true. It is true for you. But a fantasy or a dream can be as true for you as reality.
I said, I hoped that somehow we would meet again. Maybe he would come back. And he said, well, he would try. And then they all turned and started to go back. And I get up to the car, and Barney's inside, and I say, come on out and watch him leave. Don't be afraid, Delcy. There's nothing to be afraid of. And so we're watching them leave, and it starts glowing, getting brighter and brighter. It's a large ball, a big orange ball, and it's glowing and rolling just like a ball. And I'm so happy.
Suddenly, the ship became a bright glowing object, and it appeared to roll over like a ball, turning over about 3 or 4 times, and then sailing into the sky.
There's one thing I don't understand. Suppose it was a dream. Could we have both had the same dream?
Now, that's an aspect that's been puzzling me, and no, I don't think it could. At first, I thought, because Barney was more ready for a trauma, that he had transferred a fantasy to you. Then I thought, because it seemed more likely that you had transferred your dreams to Barney, because Barney is more susceptible.
Well, I'm not quite sure how to take that. But I'll tell you something.
I don't really care if it's a dream or real, because the longer these tapes play and the more we listen to them, deeper and deeper we get into it, I feel as though something is being lifted off my shoulders. And it's better than suffering with it, you know. All those anxieties and wondering.
That's the whole point. The point is to relieve the anxieties. How do you feel now, Betty?
I feel fine. I guess it was just the fear of the unknown had me so scared.
And I don't want to be operated on.
You don't want to be operated on. What makes you think of an operation?
Oh, I just remembered something. I don't know if I went into this detail or not when I was hypnotized.
What detail?
Well, as I was listening to myself. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's just psychological. I don't want to hear any more of that for a while.
What detail?
As I was listening to myself, I remembered what they examined my groin with. It was a circular instrument, and they pressed down with it. You know that small ring of warts that developed in an almost geometrically perfect circle around my groin? Since the therapy began, it's become a little painful, inflamed around the whole area. And I was wondering, those warts originally appeared way back in 1962 when I had no conscious memory of the events aboard the craft, right? Now here it is, 1964, and they get inflamed. How's that possible?
I don't know. It may still be part of a shared fantasy. But I just don't know.
I want to wake up.
You won't wake up. You're in a deep sleep. You can go on.
And I look and I say, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'll shoot it down. And I run out across the road. And there it is, up there. And man, and oh, God, give me strength. I'll fight it off. I'm not afraid. And I run out across the road, and there it is up there. Oh, those eyes. Oh, can I please wake up?
Go on. This won't hurt you. Experience it. It won't harm you now.
I gotta get my gun. I gotta get my
Turn it off?
No. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get my gun. I gotta get my gun. I don't like them putting their hands on me. I don't like them touching me.
It's all right, Barney. Just be calm. It's all right.
Dr. Simon, I don't want to offend you in any way, you understand? I have a great respect and admiration for you. And I can only thank God that we came to you with all this. But your theory about a dream or fantasy, it's real. It did happen. I know that now. I know it.
Dr. Simon, I haven't said before either how grateful I am. I just want to say, too, thank God we came to you with all this.
Thank you, Betty and Barney. Thank you both.
I had the feeling, listening, that I gave you a few bad moments there.
Oh, I tell you. His little old heart went pit-a-pat a couple of times. You're a big man, Barney, and going for your weapon.
I had the gun in my coat the whole time. Can you believe that? Walking along, my eyes shut. Scared little bunny rabbit. And a gun in my coat. And you didn't have a gun, and you're half my size, and you're telling those creatures off. Mighty Mouse. What in the world was I so afraid of? Betty, you had a good time.
Well, what do you think? You must have given it some thought.
The bunny. Capture. Bondage.
Of any kind.
Yeah. Of any kind. The dark.
The dark.
Well, that's all I did, you know. The child is frightened of his dark bedroom. You lead him slowly, gently into that dark, frightening room. Let him touch all the corners, all the objects that seem like monsters, until he knows that those corners are just corners. The monsters are just chairs and lamps. Dark bedroom, spaceship, or the mind.
Hey, listen. The next time we go in the dark together, will you please, for Pete's sake, tell me to keep my eyes open?
I did. You didn't listen.
I will. Next time I will.
With active treatment discontinued, Barney and Betty Hill settled down to their routine life. Betty Hill's schedule as a social worker for the state of New Hampshire was both demanding and rewarding. Barney Hill continued in normal fashion at the post office department and increased his community and political activities. He served on the board of directors of the United States Civil Rights Commission, the NAACP, and the Anti-Poverty Program. As their doctor, I felt that their treatment had been successful. The primary purpose, to penetrate the amnesia in order to relieve their anxieties, had been accomplished. The question concerning the real or fantasized aspects of the trauma remains a question.
Daddy, you were so silly. And I'm so proud of you. Oh, so proud. You remember when we were in the middle of all that mess? We were fighting all the time about just everything. Well, I told you. No, well, first you said that. Well, you know, you were talking about if you had a stroke, and you asked me if I would be all right.
I remember.
And I told you I wouldn't be. Well, Barney, that's not true what I said. I would be all right. You know why? Because you've given me so much love, so much laughter, snatches of song. Last the rest of my life. So I could be alone if I had to. And I would be all right.
And you made up for every bit of unhappiness that I've experienced in my whole life. Oh.
In 1963, under hypnotic suggestion, Betty Hill drew from memory the map shown to her aboard the spacecraft. Astronomers became fascinated, for what if the map corresponded to a pattern of real stars from an alien viewpoint? Astronomers reasoned that the majority of star systems likely to have life-supporting planets were located in the obscure southern constellation of Reticulum. Yet 3 stars in the cluster were unknown until 1969. No astronomer on Earth knew their position in 1963. But that same year, Betty Hill drew a map which contained these undiscovered stars. Astronomers at Ohio State University requested a computer to put them in their correct position out beyond the incredible double star system of Zeta Reticuli 1 and Zeta Reticuli 2, 220 trillion miles, 37 light years away from Earth, looking toward our sun. And the computer duplicated with virtually no variation the now famous map of Betty Hill.